It was a good evening, and welcome to the weekly Lawrence City Commission meeting. If you would, please, we've got quite a few people in the hall tonight. If you would, if you have a cell phone, if you'd kindly put it on silence so that it doesn't interrupt anyone, I'd appreciate it. First on the agenda is a proclamation designating our parks in a special manner.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. Earlier this year, the Congress of our wonderful country designated July as Parks and Recreation Month. First of all, I'm Roger Steinbrock, Lawrence Parks and Recreation, the marketing supervisor. And Congress kind of designated July as the Parks and Recreation Month to celebrate it with all the things that go on in our national parks and our city parks and state parks. And Governor Brownback recently did that as well a couple weeks ago. And so we're asking you to endorse the whole campaign and make it on our city wide as well. One of the things that we are truly blessed with having as a department is a citizenry that really supports its parks and recreation. And I know that my supervisor and boss, Ernie Shaw, would say that we're an essential service of the city and that the citizens view us as such as well. But I wanted to highlight a few activities that we have throughout the month. July 3rd on Tuesday evening, we're having some senior activities, some Tai Chi and Zumba Gold. It's going to be out in South Park prior to the band concert from 6:30 until about 7:30 for an hour, and then the band concert will be on at 8 o'clock. And then on the 11th, and again on Tuesday, that is, the band concerts usually are on Wednesday evenings, but for the July 4th holiday, it's going to be on the Tuesday, July 3rd. So you might want to change your calendars on that if you have the band concert scheduled on your calendar. And then Wednesday, July 11th at 6:30, we're having a belly dancing demonstration and performance at 6:30 to 7:30, and then the band will follow at 8 again. And then on Wednesday, July 18th is our culmination. We're calling it a month a little early, but people celebrate every day with Parks and Recreation, whether it's visiting a park or taking an activity or program. But we're going to have a Zumba in the park as well as a wellness fair, and that begins at 5:30 up until the start of the concert. We're having local businesses provide nutrition and health information and services that they have, and if there are other businesses out there in the community that want to take part, I encourage them to give us a call at the Parks and Recreation office, 832-3450, and we'll get them set up with a booth. But we have a lot of activities planned every day, every month, here in the city of Lawrence, and we're just encouraged and want to celebrate what we do for the city of Lawrence. And so we have some free activities for them to take part in.
Great overview and a great department. I'd like to read the proclamation for you at this time.
Thank you, sir.
Whereas parks and recreation programs are an integral part of the city of Lawrence, and whereas our parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and region. And whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the preservation and the prevention of chronic disease, provides therapeutic recreational services for those with special needs, and also provides emotional benefits to all citizens. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase a community's economic propensity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the City of Lawrence recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation services, now, therefore, I, Robert J. Shum, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim the month of July to be Parks and Recreation Month.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, next on the agenda is the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. I am going to remove item 13 for additional discussion. Any other items that any member of the commission like to withdraw? Okay. Any items that any member of the public would like to withdraw from the consent agenda for separate discussion? Okay, hearing no others, and adding to the consent agenda, paying claims to vendors in the amount of $3,192,705.45. The consent agenda, I would entertain a motion less item 13.
So moved.
Moved Amix, second Cromwell. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries 5-0. And item 13 is authorize staff to apply, authorize the city manager to execute an agreement with Convention, Sports, and Leisure in the amount of $25,000 for economic impact study for the proposed Sports Village Recreation Center. Staff?
Mayor and Commissioners, we're recommending that we enter into this contract so that we can get additional information and better analysis of the possible economic impact if we proceed with the Sports Village proposal. We believe that the Regional Recreation Center will generate a lot of visitors to the community and that will have an economic impact. We also think that KU's location of a soccer stadium and track and field stadium at this location will do that as well. Convention Sports and Leisure International is a company that specializes in analyzing the potential economic benefits from recreation type, sports type venues. Brett Krumkano, our economic development coordinator, has worked with this firm in the past and recommends them. We did look at some proposals and talked to a few other firms as well. We believe that this firm is the best for the dollars that we're going to put into the project. They can give us a timely product. We've met with them once already here on site. They seem to have a really firm grasp of the scope that we want them to proceed with. And this is really just part of the whole due diligence of us looking at this proposal and seeing whether or not this is where we want to invest resources for the recreation center, resources for the infrastructure, and so that we can make sure that you and the community know the potential economic impact for this project.
Any questions for the city manager? You?
Yes, just one thing specifically on this proposal. I'm wondering if we could just ask that they look closely, and I know they will, hotel room nights, the impacts that this facility would have on those, but specifically also to kind of build in something where we get an understanding, or they can give us an idea on the type of events, the number of room nights we can expect, so that we then, once later we start planning, we actually have the ability to come to that conclusion ourselves of how that number will change based on scheduling and that sort of thing. And then even perhaps to ask if, so far as the impact of those room nights, whether they're absorbed throughout the city at different types of hotels, or they're concentrated at certain levels, whether it's limited service or that sort of thing, whether the whole city. I think that's pertinent even to tonight's.
Thank you, Commissioner Kerr. I think that those are good suggestions, and we'll talk to them about incorporating that into their scope of services.
Thanks.
I know that they've already been in contact with our Convention and Visitors Bureau, getting information about number of rooms, the rack rates, all those kind of things, so that they can start working on that. But that's good to direct it even towards specific tournaments and that type of economic benefit as well.
One of the reasons why I wanted to pull this off is because there's this commentary by some people that this is being rushed through and we're not going to get enough information before we make a hasty decision. And I want to assure everyone that that's not true at all. This is one of our fact-finding missions to see what the economic impact is going to be. And so we have those facts at hand before we make any final decision. And so I think it's important to note that that's what we're doing here, and that's what we're going to find out. And it's going to be about 6 weeks before that information is made available, as I understand it.
Mayor, we're going to try and have that for your August 7th meeting. That's
Okay.
been our understanding. Where we're trying to shoot for is to get that information so that you can have that. You may have it in preliminary form, and maybe not the final document, but we know that you want that information sooner rather than later.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Entertain a motion to approve?
Mayor, would you take public comment?
Sorry. Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm Katie Wells, just speaking for myself. I meant to say this last week when we were discussing this, but Haskell Indian Nations University is a long way from the proposed center, so is KU. But I think we need to remember there's 2 universities in this town, and I think it would be fair to have some outreach. They have a wonderful boxing gym over there now, very successful. There's a huge health and wellness exercise program at Haskell, and they may have some overflow events. They may want access to this also, and I would encourage you to include them in the process. Thank you.
Great.
Thanks for that
Katie.
suggestion.
Any other comments from the public? All right. Entertain a motion at this time.
So moved. Second.
I got 3 people here. Aaron moved to approve executing an agreement with Convention Sports Leisure for $25,000.
Second.
Carter, second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries 5-0. Okay, next is the city manager report.
Mayor and Commissioners, just a few items in this week's report. You have the May sales tax distribution report from Ed Mullins, our finance director. As we've indicated, sales tax is performing fairly well this year. As you all know from hearing me say this a number of times, we want to be wise and cautious in our sales tax predictions. In your 2013 budget, the recommended budget that you'll be getting here later this week, we're still estimating that sales tax is going to grow 3.5% next year. We have a comfort level with that. Keep in mind also that not all of the sales tax distribution stays in the general fund. It all has to touch the general fund by state law. Then the rest of that goes for, in some cases, to our recreation fund. It goes for, if it's the transit sales tax, it goes to operate transit. If it's the infrastructure sales tax, it goes for infrastructure. So there's a number of different appropriate claims, as you all have, or your predecessors have decided where that sales tax money is going to go. So it's not all staying in the general fund, which is where we have some other revenue challenges. But certainly good news in regards to that. We've got a little bit of some more information on the water billing issue in regards to the golf courses. You see some of the various issues that are laid out there. We have retained our auditing firm to provide a third-party review. We think that that's going to be helpful information as we continue to work to resolve these issues with those 2 water customers, and we'll be sure and let you see that and receive any recommendation. We did have good publicity in regards to the natural gas vehicle fleet addition. I appreciate the mayor and others' attention on that issue, and we'll be interested to see how that works, and we're looking at other possibilities and talking about possible expansion of that. And then finally, it is summertime, and we're getting some great attendance at the summer concert series, and hopefully it'll be a nice room temperature tomorrow for that as well. Be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Bottled water will sell well tomorrow night at the concert. Any questions for the city manager? All right, thank you. Let me go back here. Okay. The main attraction. First of all, let me just lay out a couple conditions for speaking tonight.
We're going to do the cider project first. Is it which one?
Well, that's all right. If you want to do one first, sure, why not? You do want to go 2-1? I'm number dyslexic, you know. All right, sorry about that.
They can still follow rules on it.
Yeah, we can still follow the rules on this, too. Consider a public hearing on establishing a Neighborhood Revitalization Act at 810, 812 Pennsylvania.
Mayor, I'm going to recuse myself on this item due to an ongoing business relationship.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. You have received a request from a developer to establish a neighborhood revitalization area, or NRA, on the Cider Building property that's located at 810, 812 Pennsylvania Street. The developer, Tony Krisnick, as you know, who's currently restoring the historic Polar Building project in the same neighborhood. The developer is requesting an NRA, which would provide a rebate on the new property tax value associated with improvements to the property. Specifically, he's requesting a 95% rebate on those items for a 10-year period. Staff believes that the request meets the city's NRA policy and also the required benefit cost thresholds, and the project does require the assistance of the community in order to proceed. The Public Incentive Review Committee reviewed the request at its meeting last week and unanimously recommends approval. The County Commission also considered this request last week and recommended approval conditioned upon the approval of the city, and the school board approved its participation at its meeting last night. Mr. Krisnick is in the audience this evening, and he had indicated to me in advance of the meeting that in respect of the time that you have this evening, he's sensitive to your time, and he won't be making a formal presentation, but if you all would like to hear from him, he is certainly here and would be available to do that or answer any questions that you may have. Tonight, the City Commission should first hold a public hearing on this issue, and at the conclusion of the hearing, consider an ordinance that establishes the district, consider approval of the NRA plan, authorize the mayor to execute an agreement between the city, county, and school district regarding administration of this plan. And then I would also request that you add authorization of staff to finalize and the city manager to execute an agreement, a performance agreement with the developer, which is also consistent in these processes, that requires the developer to adhere to the NRA plan to pay the taxes on an annual basis, that sort of thing. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Questions for staff? Mike?
Good. Diane, the current appraised value of the property is $126,000, and the investment that's going to be made for improvements to the property is going to be 1.6, creating the cost benefit of 1.29, right?
Correct.
Okay. Pretty simple.
Any questions? Thank you.
26 people over 2.
Entertain a motion to open a public hearing at this time.
So moved. Second.
Moved Amix, second Dever. All in favor say aye. Aye. Carries 4-0, one abstention. Okay, the public hearing is open. Any person who would like to speak to this issue, please come forward.
Hi, I'm Katie Walsh. I'm so sorry to hog the microphone. Tonight I'm speaking for the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association, and we are in favor of granting the NRA tax incentive. This is a developer that has worked with the neighborhood since day one, is very sensitive to historic preservation, and is providing a lot of low to moderate Section 8 housing that's desperately needed in our neighborhood. And we are very glad he's restoring these buildings, so we hope you grant it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Leslie, president of the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association. We're really glad that Tony has come down and done a lot of things down there. And I mean, what a great example of creative placemaking, which I was pimping to you guys earlier, I think in February or March. So this is the perfect example. So maybe in the future, we can look at some of the NEA grants and the Our Town grants. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Anybody else? Entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
Moved Amix, second Dever. All in favor say aye. Aye. Public meeting is closed. Commission discussion?
Well, cost benefit tells us that we're going to have a 1.29 return on the investment of public dollars. Seems like we've waited a long time to see any type of redevelopment in the area. So I think that there is an opportunity here that hasn't, really come forward with the enthusiasm and work that's been done in the past. So I think PERC's recommendation, unanimous recommendation on the NRA and all the things that go along with it probably sway my vote more than anything, because the work that they have done in their evaluation of the NRA plan and the public participation. So I think it's a good plan.
Yep, I'd agree with that. In fact, I would say too that it meets the criteria now, but I think that the return, even though the return on this sort of investment is there now, I think we could really can and should leverage this this effort, this movement. Going back, I don't know if I cited it before, but I read Richard Florida's Rise of the Creative Class, and it's all about the impact of the creative class and that it's having. And we already have an atmosphere that naturally attracts creative people, which helps from architecture, engineering, bioscience, a lot of industry. So I think it should be a formal economic development effort, maybe a strategy and vision created, but in the meantime, to have the private sector pushing it is great, has my enthusiastic support. So,
Comments?
I think it's a great opportunity. I think the developer has shown his wherewithal in working with the city and the residents and with our community overall. There's a great opportunity for us to reinvigorate parts of our town that were the economic engines at one point in time, and I think this is a great chance for us to move forward with using some of our unique qualities as a community, our artists and our skills to showcase that talent. So I'm in favor of this.
Well, you know, just if you read the name of the program, the nomenclature, kind of the Neighborhood Rehabilitation Act, I can't think of a better site and more of a picturesque rehabilitation of a very underutilized area. That ought to be the poster child for all, for our website and everything when we talk about the Neighborhood Rehabilitation Act. So, you know, I think it's very appropriate. I think that we're well on our way to seeing a very nice enhanced neighborhood addition, and so I'm for it. Entertain a motion this time.
So moved.
Moved Dever, second Carter. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries 4-0, one abstention. All right, now, we're on number 2. A couple things, please. When we want to hear each and every speaker that wants to speak, you'll be allowed 5 minutes. If you can do it quicker than 5 minutes, we would appreciate it. At 4.5 minutes, we've got our shot clock right here. At 4.5 minutes, there'll be a gentle sounding tap on the shoulder that sounds like this. That means that you've got to wrap up and be prepared to sit down in the next 30 seconds, and we'd appreciate your help with that. Be sure and sign in, and there's absolutely no applause for any speaker. This is a business meeting, and we need to conduct it as such, so it's, we appreciate your accommodation with regards to these conditions for the meeting. Staff has some special instructions tonight because we do have a court reporter.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Randy Larkin. I'm a Senior Assistant City Attorney, and tonight before us is an appeal from a decision of the Historic Resources Commission. Before I get to the legal substance of the issues tonight, there are a couple of preliminary matters we need to take care of. In reviewing a decision of the Historic Resources Commission, the City Commission acts in a quasi-judicial capacity. Because that is the case, and because there is a likelihood that there may be further proceedings after tonight, the city welcomes Mrs. Candace Braxick, a certified court reporter, tonight. She will be transcribing all the events and everything that everybody says tonight for future record in case it is needed. Because that is the case, because she's taking down everything, there are a couple guidelines we would like all speakers to follow tonight. First, when speaking, speak audibly and distinctly. The court reporter cannot take down whispers, mumbles, nods, gestures, facial expressions. Please refrain from speaking over one another. If you allow the person speaking before you to finish their thoughts before speaking, that would be greatly appreciated. And third, members of the public, as you approach the stand and state your name, state it clearly and possibly spell your name for the court reporter. That would be a great help. Thank you, Mrs. Braxic, for your services tonight. Also, because the City Commission is acting in a quasi-judicial capacity, we, the City Commissioners, need to disclose ex parte communications. Ex parte communications are communications that individual commissioners may have had with individuals outside the confines of this room regarding the issue. And the purpose of the disclosures is so that all the decision makers have the same information upon which to make their decision. That is, they're working from a level ground. It also allows opponents or proponents of the project to possibly rebut something that may have been heard outside this room. So it provides a fairer ground for everybody. So, Commissioners, if you would like to do ex parte communications at this time, that would be great.
Okay. I'll start off by saying that I've had numerous emails from members of the public, both pro and con. Nothing new information in that. There was a proposal by a Town Peterson, but I think it's in the public arena in terms of tonight's material, and it's been online. I did have a meeting, and I was trying to recall the date today, but it was prior to the HRC meeting. So whatever date that was, prior to that last date, probably a week or so in advance of that, or maybe 10 days, in which I was in a meeting with the city manager, the development team. I don't remember exactly who was there, but there was 4 members. The hotelier, I think Mike Dever was there, and I don't recall who else was at that meeting, maybe no one else. At that meeting, we talked about the fact that I told him that I thought the size was too large, that the commission, they didn't have 3 votes on the commission because I had previously visited with each commissioner individually to find out where they were at so I could help guide this project in a manner which would be consistent with what the HRC was saying. At that meeting, I asked if they would consider moving the project from the south side of the 9th in New Hampshire to the north side where Black Hills is. They indicated that was impossible because of lengths of leases at that location, as well as some tenant problems they had. At that meeting, they did offer to reduce the structure by 1 floor. That's it. Sir?
Bob, I sent you an email earlier today. That meeting was on April the 10th.
April the 10th, thank you. I can think of no other ex parte contacts I've had. I walked out around the block. When this started, I met some neighbors and just said hi, but there wasn't anything of any interest there that no one would have any value in knowing. So, want to go next?
Sure. I was a part of a meeting with the potential developer of this project, at least on one occasion at City Hall. Those meetings were attended by myself, the mayor, and several staff members. I've attended an East Lawrence Neighborhood Association meeting several months prior to that when the original proposal was submitted and answered questions related to the structure, and that was before, I think, some of the issues regarding the Historical Resource Commission's findings were made clear, and saw that there might be potential for a conflict if I discussed it any further. So I tried to shy away from having conversations about this. When the second proposal came forward, I think I've talked with individual residents via email, over the phone, just trying to have some sort of feedback from them about the structure and how important that neighborhood is to them, but nothing really of any substance with any other party involved in this process.
Okay. Commissioner Amix?
Again, like the rest of the commission members, I've had quite a few emails. I've had the opportunity to visit with a number of people in my business. It seems like this has been a big topic the last several weeks, especially you know, up and down Massachusetts streets. I've had the opportunity to have a lot of communication with a lot of people and just general discussion, people offering comments to me and things. Again, as the mayor mentioned, Mr. Peterson's proposal, you know, but here again, we all have copies of that, so there's no new information there. Quite a few phone calls with individuals, but I don't think really any new information that no other member of the commission was not privy to. So anyway, kind
you.
of where I'm at.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Had numerous contacts with both proponents and opponents of the proposed project. These happened through email, telephone, and in person, but none of those contacts contains any material which is not currently in the public record.
Thank you.
I would say this, the same specifically with the development group. I had two meetings. One was before April 10th. One was after. I don't know the dates. So anyway, one was pre-discussions of the changes with the initial. First one was just a review of the project, just educational. Second one, I think the developer had indicated that they'd heard I had some issues with the project, wanted to know what those were. I indicated I was really just waiting on a feasibility study. Those were my main questions. And we did go ahead at that time, though, and they reviewed the changes that had been made since the previous submission of the plan. That was it. Other than that, lots of emails from folks, but nothing material and nothing that's not out there already.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Tonight, the City Commission hears application for design review of 910 LC number DR-12-185-11. The proposed project, which the succeeding speakers will describe in much more detail than I will, involves a proposed structure on the vacant lot at 900 New Hampshire Street. Because the property is within the environs of several historic structures of the Downtown Historic District and the North Rhode Island Residential Historic District, before the project could proceed, it had to be presented and reviewed by the Historic Resources Commission. On April 30th, 2012, the Historic Resources Commission considered the project and determined that it would encroach upon, damage, or destroy the North Rhode Island Residential Historic District. Accordingly, under state law, the project cannot proceed unless tonight the City Commission determines, based on a consideration of all relevant factors, that there is no feasible and prudent alternative to the proposal, and that the program includes all possible planning to minimize harm to such historic property resulting from such use. Now, on March 6, 2012, in anticipation of a previous hearing regarding one of the earlier incarnations of this project, the city's attorney's office drafted a memorandum kind of outlining the law relating to the city's decision in this matter. On June 21, 2012, the city attorney's office prepared a supplement to that memorandum, and it confirms that there has been no intervening change in the law and updates certain events. But specifically, it notes that the last page of the March 6 memorandum, which encompasses paragraphs 31 through 36, are now moot. Those related to the city code and certificate of appropriateness at the April 30, 2012 hearing, those were granted, so those are not a part of tonight's appeal. So against that backdrop, I now turn to the substantive discussion of the March 6 memorandum outlining the City Commission's scope of review and its standard of review. There are really three issues I'm going to talk about. One is relevant factors, then the feasible and prudent alternatives, and then the program and planning to minimize harm. So I'll do that separately. At the outset, in 1977, the state legislature enacted the Kansas State Historical Preservation Act. The act provides that any project that is going to be built within the environs of the historical property must be reviewed by the state historic preservation officer. In some cases, the state historic preservation officer may delegate that authority to local governments, and in this case has an agreement with the City of Lawrence to do so, and the City of Lawrence has appointed the Historic Resource Commissions to perform the duties of the State Historic Preservation Officer. As we discussed earlier, on April 30th, the Historic Resources Commission held a hearing in this case. The burden of establishing that there is no feasible and prudent alternative to the proposal and that the program includes all possible planning to minimize harm to such historic property resides with the proponent of the project. So it's on the applicant. They have the burden of proof. Discussing the scope of the Commission's review, the Commission can consider what the scope of review is, what materials, testimony, and other evidence that the City Commission may consider in making its decision tonight. And in making its decision, in this case, the City Commission is constrained to considering relevant factors. Now, according to regulations promulgated by the State Historic Preservation Officer, a relevant factor is defined as pertinent information submitted by project proponents or opponents in written form, including evidence supporting their positions. Thus, a proposed alternative use may only be considered a relevant factor if it is in writing and includes sufficient factual information that would support a conclusion that such proposed alternative is not only feasible but prudent. For example, a proposed alternative use is a relevant factor if in writing it addresses certain technical, design, and economic issues related to the proposed project, as well as the project's relationship to a community-wide plan. Other relevant factors may include, as it may be relevant to this case, the character of the neighborhood, the zoning and uses of nearby properties, the suitability of the property for the proposed use, the extent to which the proposed use would detrimentally affect the nearby property, the length of time the property has remained vacant, the relative gain to the public health, safety, and welfare when balanced against the hardship to the owner if the applicant is denied, the recommendations of professional staff, and compliance with the comprehensive plan. Those are known as the golden factors and are applied in a wide variety of land use decisions. Now, the golden factors are by no means the only factors that are relevant. There may be other factors that are relevant to this specific case that are not listed that the City Commission may consider. Now, however, suggested alternative uses that lack sufficient factual support are not considered relevant factors and may be ignored or must be ignored by the City Commission. Moreover, the aggregation of one or more of such suggestions, absent any evidence to support them, does not convert those statements or suggestions into a relevant factor. If a suggested alternative is not a relevant factor, then the City Commission may not consider it, and significantly, the proponent is not required to refute it. Now, in this case, because the applicant or the proponent has the burden on this appeal to refute any relevant factor that may be presented as an alternative use, for that reason, I think there is scheduled a little rebuttal time at the close of the public meeting for the applicant or proponent to present a rebuttal. Now, having outlined the scope of review relating to relevant factors, I turn now to the substance of the City Commission's decision. As noted earlier, the City Commission must, based on consideration of all those relevant factors, decide two things. First, whether there is no feasible and prudent alternative to the proposal, and two, whether the proposed program includes all possible planning to minimize harm to such historic property resulting from said use. And I will address each of those separately. According to the regulations, no feasible and prudent alternative means that there is no alternative solution to the proposed project that can be reasonably accomplished that is either sensible or realistic. The word feasible is defined as capable of being accomplished or being brought about as possible, suitable, or reasonable. The word prudent means wise in handling practical matters, exercising good judgment, or common sense. When considering whether there is no feasible and prudent alternative, the City Commission must, under the regulations, consider these four factors: technical issues relating to the project, design issues relating to the project, the proposed project's relationship to the community-wide plan, if there is one, and economic issues relating to the proposal. The determination that the City Commission makes must be made on a case-by-case basis. That means that the City Commission must look at the particular facts of this case and apply the standards to it to make its decision. Typically, as in this case, when a proposed project does not involve the destruction of historic property, then the courts do not construe the no feasible and prudent alternative as tightly as they do in cases that would involve the demolition of a historic property. What the courts require in these cases is that the City Commission take a good hard look at all relevant factors and, using plain common sense, base its determination on the evidence presented before it. Now, turning to the second conclusion, or the second part of what we must find, the City Commission must determine that the program includes all possible planning to minimize harm. This regulation requires the materials presented to the Historic Resources Commission clearly identify alternatives, solutions, and their effects, and describe the mitigation measures proposed by the project proponent that address the adverse effect determination of the Historic Resources Commission. By program, the legislature means the project. In making this determination, the City Commission must consider factors such as lighting, traffic, vandalism, noise, drainage, fire concerns, height, trash, among others, and determine whether the proposed project has been designed or planned to protect the historic property from those sorts of harm. In conclusion, to comply with the Kansas State Historical Preservation Act, the City Commission must examine all relevant factors, and from those factors determine whether, 1, there is no feasible and prudent alternative to the proposal, and 2, whether the proposal includes all possible planning to minimize harm to the protected properties. In drawing its conclusion, the City Commission shall consider any relevant evidence logically connected to its ultimate determination. That determination must be made based on the particular facts of the case and will depend in large part on the nature of the proposed project and the effect it will have on the historic properties and their environs. With that, I close. The Tony Wheeler, the City Attorney, and I will be on hand in case you have any questions. Also, at the conclusion of the hearing, we would ask that you request staff to prepare findings of fact and conclusions of law. While they're not required or mandated in cases such as this, the courts strongly urge city commissions when hearing cases like this to prepare findings of fact because it assists them in case there are additional proceedings. With that.
Any questions?
Question? Can you clarify for me, at least, the language defined as feasible and prudent alternative to the proposed project? Specifically, what I'd like to know is when it states the proposed project, in parentheses in my mind, the proposed project is that which we're looking at today. Would an alternative to the proposed project be one that is similar in use and scope, or could it be any potential other use or land use that might occur at, say, at the property?
If it could be any use, it would be, if it's a relevant factor, then it can be considered. If someone presents something that would be possible or could be done on that property with either within the same footprint or different footprint or some other project that could possibly work, as long as there's sufficient evidence to establish that it's feasible and prudent, then that's the standard.
Mm-hmm. So any land use, including nothing going there, is a feasible and prudent alternative?
Well, leaving it vacant is probably not. For example, I know the case law states that you can't require someone to sell the property, so I think leaving it vacant, I don't know that leaving it vacant would be a prudent and feasible alternative.
Okay, thanks.
Questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Why don't I give the public the outline of how we're going to conduct this hearing tonight. First of all, we did hear from our legal staff, and the next item then would be a staff overview from the HRC determination by Lynn Zollner. Then the next item will be the staff overview of an incentive request. Diane Stoddard will take care of that. The next speaker will be Springstead Incorporated, a summary of the financial reports. Follow that by the applicant presentation, William Fleming, Dan Watkins, and others. Following that will be a presentation by Ronald Schneider, who is the attorney for the Neighborhood Association, or the neighborhood, I should say. Following that will be public comment, and after public comment will be a rebuttal by the applicant. I've also indicated to the counsel for the neighborhood that he should have opportunity to rebut anything that he wants to rebut as well. The staff will proceed with their development of their information. There's no time limit on it. I've talked to Attorney Schneider today, and I asked him how long he would like to make his presentation. He thought 20 minutes. I said that's fine. All other comments from the public will be held to 5 minutes. So I hope that's agreeable to everybody. I've tried to work it out so that everyone gets heard and all the information gets presented. So with that in mind, that's the framework. I don't know how long this is going to go. It's likely that we'll take a break somewhere in between here so that we can all remain mentally alert. All right. Please proceed with the review of the HRC.
Thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. Lynn Braddock Zollner, the Historic Resources Administrator for the City of Lawrence, here this evening with the appeal of the Historic Resources Commission determinations for the new proposed project at 900 New Hampshire Street. This is the project location. The orange shaded area is the proposed project location. This would be 9th Street, and this is New Hampshire Street. Some photographs documenting the site. This is looking to the east at the project site, looking at the project site, looking towards the south, looking back to the west at the project site, and then looking to the north on the project site. The project the applicant is requesting to construct a new 5-story multi-use structure at 900 New Hampshire Street. The mixed-use building includes 2 levels of underground parking, Town Place Marriott Extended Stay Hotel, a restaurant, and a ground floor retail space. The structure will be approximately 121,908 square feet, with the hotel occupying the majority of the structure, including a portion of the first floor, the second, third, and fourth floors, with a restaurant on the 5th floor. The proposed structure will be concrete and steel framed with materials that include stone, brick, and metal panels. The height of the structure at the corner of 9th and New Hampshire Streets will be 63 feet. The proposed structure incorporates varying numbers of stories to address transitioning from New Hampshire Street to the Commercial District to the North Rhode Island Street Residential Historic District. The height at the alley is 40 feet, and the height at the Art Center is 44 feet. The overhead doors are located on the north elevation to allow for access to the loading dock and underground parking. Storefront systems are located on the north and west elevations, and the ground floor fenestration also includes the entrance to the building and the hotel lobby. These are some elevations and schematics designed by the architect that we're using this evening. This is the New Hampshire Street elevation. This is the 9th Street elevation. This is the alley or the east elevation of the structure with a rendering showing it at the bottom. That's the same. And this is the elevation that will be adjacent to the Arts Center. The property is located in the environs of several properties listed in the National Register and the Lawrence Register and the Register of Historic Kansas Places. The property is located in the environs of Lawrence's Downtown Historic District and the North Rhode Island Street Residential Historic District, and both those districts are listed in the National Register of Historic Places. The property is located in the environs of the Shaler Eldridge House, which is listed in the Register of Historic Kansas Places. The property is located in the environs of the Social Service League building, which is listed in the Lawrence Register of Historic Places. And the property is located in the Downtown Conservation Overlay District. This shows that graphically. Again, your project area is the shaded area in gold. This is the Downtown Historic District. This is the North Rhode Island Street Historic District. This is the Social Service League building. And down at the bottom of the screen is the Shaler Eldridge House. The Historic Resources Commission considered this project in 3 reviews. The first review they did was the Certificate of Appropriateness Review, and that's in Chapter 22 of the Code of the City of Lawrence, and that's our Historic Resources Code. They looked at the project using the Downtown Conservation Overlay District Review or the Downtown Design Guidelines Review, and then they reviewed the project under the State Preservation Law. Under the Certificate of Appropriateness Review or the Chapter 22 review, the project is being reviewed under this standard because it is in the environs of the Social Service League, which is listed in the Lawrence Register of Historic Places. It's important to note that when projects are listed in the Lawrence Register of Historic Places, the Historic Resources Commission as well as the City Commission adopts an environs definition, and that was included in some of your staff information, and I can answer questions about that if you like. But the conclusion of that was that this area of the environs had changed dramatically and would be commercial development in the future. That was the anticipation. There's a presumption with the Certificate of Appropriateness Review in the environs that the certificate will be approved unless you can show that the proposed construction or demolition would significantly encroach upon, damage, or destroy the landmark or the historic district. And the Historic Resources Commission felt like the applicant, with their proposal to monitor the Social Service League building to make sure that there was no physical damage to the structure, met the test, and they approved the Certificate of Appropriateness 5-1 at their meeting on April 30th. They did review the project under the Downtown Design Guidelines. The Downtown Design Guidelines were first adopted in 2001, and a revision was approved by this commission in 2009. They're a development tool to ensure compatibility with development in the Downtown Conservation Overlay District. It's not the intent of the Downtown Design Guidelines to restrict development in such a way that it's a step-by-step, you have to meet each and every design guideline. The intent is to meet the overall intent of the guidelines so that you may not meet one or more of the guidelines, but you're meeting the overall concept of the guidelines. The Historic Resources Commission reviewed this project under the Downtown Design Guidelines and made a determination that it did meet the intent of the Downtown Design Guidelines and approved that review 4-2 at their April 30th meeting. The State Preservation Law was the third review that the Historic Resources Commission did on April 30th, and they determined that the proposed project would damage or destroy a listed property. Specifically, they found that using the standards and guidelines for evaluating the effect of projects on the environs, that the project did not meet standard number 6. There again, they were focusing on the size, scale, and proportion and massing of the environs, and that this proposed project did not meet that for the North Rhode Island Street Residential Historic District. They did note, if you looked at the minutes from that meeting, they did talk about how this does fit with it is compatible with the Downtown Historic District, but because this is a residential district, the scale and massing and spatial relationships in a residential district are different from a downtown district, and they did not feel that it met the test for that residential historic district. The applicant is appealing, as Randy mentioned, that decision per KSA 75-2724 and the agreement with the State Historic Preservation Officer in the City of Lawrence. The City Commission is not being asked to make a determination whether or not this project damages or encroaches upon the listed property. That decision's been determined by the Historic Resources Commission, and that stands. The City Commission is asked to hold a public hearing to determine if there's a feasible and prudent alternative to the proposed project. And if no feasible and prudent alternative is available, that the City Commission shall determine if all possible planning to minimize harm to the listed property has been undertaken. And I will leave you with that and answer any questions that you might have.
I have a question. And can you tell me if any of the infill developments that have occurred along New Hampshire have met the standards of the HRC, specifically the Lawrence Arts Center, Hobbs Taylor Loft, or Borders Bookstore? Have any three of those, did any of those meet the requirements, and did it come before this board?
I would do some more research to answer that specifically, but I can tell you that the Downtown Historic District was listed after those projects came online, as well as the North Rhode Island Street Residential Historic District. So I would have to look specifically, someone who was here longer than me might be able to answer that question. I do believe that Borders was an appeal to the City Commission, but I would have to research that and get those answers back to you.
Okay. Dave, do you know the answer?
Sorry, Commissioner, go ahead.
Do you know the answer to that question?
No, I don't.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else?
I do
Mike?
have one. So Lynn, the certificate of appropriateness only deals with the proposed project and the effect that it had on the Social Service League building, is that correct?
That's correct.
And not the district as a whole?
And not the district as a whole.
Okay.
Other questions? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Again, I'm Diane Stoddard, Assistant City Manager. I've been asked to provide a brief overview for you of the applicant's incentive request, as it may be a relevant factor in your discussions this evening. I've placed a map here on the screen that was also provided in your agenda materials for this evening. The developer is requesting that the city establish a tax increment financing redevelopment district in the area that's outlined here. The different colors denote a north project area and a south project area. Essentially, they are proposed mixed-use developments on the northeast corner and the southeast corner of the 9th and New Hampshire intersection. The overall proposed private investment is approximately $45 million with the project. The developer has requested 3 basic incentives to be applied in the project. One is tax increment financing. The second is transportation development district financing. And the third is industrial revenue bond financing. And I'll walk through each of those requests for you. First, tax increment financing, or TIF. Again, this would be the district that is outlined on the map. And Chuck, if I could ask you if you could pull the document camera up. As I'm going through this request, it may be helpful for you to see the overview of the incentives on a large list here that captures overall the projected revenues and the projected expenses related to both the TIF and the TDD districts. The TIF district would capture the incremental new revenues generated by the development for a period of 20 years, and these revenues would then reimburse the developer for TIF-eligible costs, such as parking garages, site improvements, interest costs, and possible land acquisition associated with the Lawrence Arts Commons project, which I'll talk a little bit about here in a moment. The base amount of taxes would continue to flow to the taxing jurisdictions throughout this entire period. As there's materials, again, in your agenda item that proposes a Lawrence Arts Commons project, which has been proposed by the Lawrence Arts Center and would involve possible acquisition by the city of the Salvation Army parcel that's located south of the Lawrence Arts Center. Under the proposal, the Lawrence Arts Center would utilize the property to further the mission of the Arts Center. $900,000 is included in the overall project budget allocated toward this possible project. Staff and the developer are suggesting that 5% of the annual TIF revenue, which would generate approximately $27,000 per year, or a total of approximately $530,000 over the 20-year period, be dedicated for this project. And then, should additional revenues come in beyond those projected after the developer has been reimbursed their costs, the city could continue to be reimbursed for these project costs up to a total of $900,000. I think it should be continued to be emphasized, as we did in the packet and the materials to you, that the discussions are taking place with the Salvation Army, but it has certainly not been finalized in any way regarding the acquisition of that property at this point. Another note regarding the tax increment financing district is that it's proposed to capture both sales taxes from the city and the county share, and also the property tax increment, for a total projected increment of approximately $10.6 million over the 20-year period. Next, the Transportation Development District, or TDD District. This is a tool that allows an additional sales tax to be placed within the district that then can fund certain Transportation Development District eligible costs. It's proposed that a 1% additional sales tax be added within the district, and this amount is projected to generate approximately $1.18 million over the maximum 22-year period. Of the total amount collected, the first $850,000 is proposed to be dedicated to the city toward repayment of the bonds issued by the city on the existing parking garage in the 900 block of New Hampshire. And there is a memo in your packet that outlines staff's rationale for this amount as seen as appropriate contribution for the 900 New Hampshire parcel toward that existing garage, since that 900 New Hampshire parcel would have to be removed from the existing TIF district in order to be placed into the new district. Next is the industrial revenue bonds. These bonds are a conduit financing mechanism that a city and developer can utilize, with a developer being responsible for all of the principal and interest payments on the bonds. There is no obligation to the city in any way to repay these bonds. The benefit to the developer in using this tool is that materials that are used in the construction would be exempt from sales tax. It should be emphasized that with regard to all of the project, the developer is proposing a pay-as-you-go project. In other words, the developer would front all of the private development costs and the costs related to the improvements that they hope to be reimbursed through the TIF and the TDD, and there would be no bonds or anything issued or any other obligations from the city with regard to the project. The exception to this would be the Lawrence Arts Commons project. If that were to be undertaken by the city, that would likely involve some amount of city debt financing. One thing I want to emphasize to you as well is that this evening you're not making any commitments on the incentive request. As I had discussed previously with you at another meeting, there's a number of steps involved in creating all of these districts and ultimately granting the request if you choose to do that. There's a calendar that is in your packet that outlines that process. I wanted to also note that Gary Anderson, the city's bond counsel, is here from Gilmore and Bell this evening, and he could answer any particular process questions that you may have about this or any of the legal questions related to these financing mechanisms. This evening, we're proposing that the City Commission should consider action on first reading of an ordinance removing the parcels on the east side of 900 block of New Hampshire from the existing district, and that would just be, again, an initial action, and also set a date for the Public Incentive Review Committee to consider this request and provide a recommendation. The suggested date for the PERC meeting we're suggesting would be July the 10th at 3 p.m. Should that request be advanced to PERC. I want to point out that your calendar does indicate a July 17th possible date for that meeting, but we have learned that the developer does have a conflict with that date. Next, I would like to introduce Springstead Incorporated. David McGilvery and Tony Schertler are here from that firm. The city has engaged this firm to complete the financial analysis that's involved with this proposed project. The cost for their work is funded through a funding agreement with the developer. They have completed a total of 4 reports that are also provided in your agenda materials. That would be a 3-story feasibility analysis, a 4-story feasibility analysis on the 900 New Hampshire site, a north project need for assistance analysis, and an overall TIF feasibility report. And with that, I'll turn it over to David and Tony. I believe David's going to provide you an overview of the firm, and I think Tony's going to walk through the reports for you.
Diane, I have a question first, please.
Yes.
On the sales tax portion of the revenues that are going to go into the TIF, does that also include the hotel motel bed tax?
I'm sorry, Mayor, it does not include the bed tax. The bed tax, I should point out, is it would be an additional amount that is proposed to flow directly to the city, and that amount is estimated at around $75,000 per year.
There's no claim on that to the TIF district.
Correct. There's been no requests related to that guest tax fund.
Other questions? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Dave McGilvery. I'm chairman of Springstead Incorporated, and with me is Tony Schertler, a senior vice president who also heads our Housing and Economic Development Group. Our presentation is going to cover predominantly 5 areas. First, a short overview of who we are, and then secondly, as Diane said, we've been engaged by the city to look at 4 different financial areas, all financial feasibility studies relating to this project. I'll start at the bottom of the list, and that's the redevelopment project statutory financial feasibility study, and that goes to the tax increment financing request, in that the state statute requires the council, if they want to proceed with that, to show that project benefits exceed project costs. City of Lawrence goes well beyond that statutory piece and looks at a needs analysis, meaning do they need the money, and coincident with that, are they making an unfair rate of return? So you'll see in the south project area, 4-story needed of assistance analysis, and the north project, that responds to that piece. And as currently proposed, it's a 4-story project, and so we did that needs analysis. Following that, and then given the discussion whether it should be shorter, the city approached us about doing what happens if the project was a 3-story project, what would happen to the financial feasibility of that. So that was overture on the part of the city to look at a shorter project and see what the financial feasibility would be. A little bit on Springstead. 60-year firm headquartered in St. Paul. We operate in 10 states. We have 5 practice areas. Housing, germane to this evening, housing and economic development and public finance. We have 3 others that relate to local government. We're an independent advisor. All of our clients are public sector. We have never worked for a developer. We aren't underwriters. We solely work for public sector and nonprofit groups. We took that position 60 years ago so you could ensure objective advice for the city and your decision making. Kansas experience is extensive. In the economic development area, we were involved with the first tax increment financing project in Manhattan, 1985, the mall. And not every, but I would consider most of the major economic development projects in Kansas. I'll get to that a little bit later. The services within economic development, we do developer review. Do they have the capacity and the wherewithal to deliver this project? Do risk assessment and what we call the but-for test. Do they need the money with the assistance, or can they do the project without it? We bring a national perspective. We do projects in coast to coast, actually. And lastly, in Kansas, some of the noteworthy things, basically NASCAR and All Village West from the beginning I've been involved with. Wichita downtown, Manhattan downtown, we just completed a new project there with a new museum and conference center. And then a little bit about us. I'm the chairman of the firm. We have about 60-some employees across our offices. I've been working in Kansas in the mid-1980s. Most of our economic development work in Kansas I've done. Lawrence, a number of projects over the last 15 years. Oriet, I see some familiar faces from that. I do remember we worked on the parking ramp that's across the street from this proposed development back when that was proposed. And basically, I think our work in public finance and economic development goes back about 15 years for the city. Tony heads our economic development and housing group. Prior to joining Springstead about 5 years ago, he was the lead person of a major city's economic development department, both core downtown as well as neighborhood projects. It was established central cities that had many of the issues that you're talking about relative to neighborhood sensitivity. He's been active in the last few years in Kansas. When the casino project was first proposed, the due diligence on all the potential operators, Tony led that effort for the unified government. We're sort of on an ongoing basis with KCMO doing TIF and but-for needs analysis for their various projects. So that's our background. We'd be glad to go into more. Oh, there's one more on me I want to talk about, and that is I'm the advisor to the National Government Finance Officers Committee on Economic Development, where they develop best practices for local governments. And I co-teach the National GFOA's class on economic development. It goes with many of the issues you're talking about. We have this broken into 4 segments. We're going to start with the height situation and talk about the 3-story, then 4-story, then the North Project, and lastly, the statutory finding on the TIF. Height feasibility analysis. Here again, we were retained by the city after the proposal of a 4-story to look at an alternative option on a 3-story project. I thought we put this slide. What does feasibility mean? We had your attorney talking about feasibility relative to the historic situation. Ours is financial feasibility, which is different. It's really would a rational investor commit their money to this project? And what does that depend on? It depends on risk, how long, and what else you have to invest your money in. I think another test is would a bank lend them money for this project at market terms? So you could walk in with anything, but is it financeable? And through a rigorous sort of lending process, what would be the answer to that? How is it measured? And what we use, I think the industry uses, is called internal rate of return. And that is, if I put my money in now and I get this much over time, and then I sell it, what's the interest rate of bringing that, what's the value today? And sort of it's that string of income and ultimate sale, what does that mean in terms of rate of return? So you could buy a $1,000 government U.S. Treasury bond, you get these days, 1.5%, $1.50, choose $100, it's easier, $1.50 per year. At the end, you get your $100 back. So the internal rate of return is 1.5 in that case. And then, so we're going to talk about the internal rates of return based on developers' representation, our testing of those, and then we're going to compare those to 3 things. Predominantly, PricewaterhouseCoopers quarterly publishes for all types of economic development projects what is the range and average rate of return. So if people are investing in this, what is that market and what's that rate of return? Then in testing some of the assumptions on cost, we've looked at other national standards of cost per square foot, et cetera, and the ability to rent hotel rooms or apartment rooms, and then our own experience because we're doing this every day in a lot of different places. 3-story height analysis methodology. Developer had prepared a 10-year cash flow. Cash flow is, here's our cost, here's our revenues coming in, here's the cost of obtaining those revenues, here's the difference or profit, and at the end, we sell the facility, or there's an alleged sale. Alleged means because they get their money back, and sometimes you have to consider that. So we looked at these. Next, we looked at the cost and operating assumptions. I think I really want to underscore the word tested. I mean, we didn't just accept these, we tested these. We prepared the financial assistance and analysis on tax increment financing, TDD, and then we did the internal rate of return calculation. Just briefly, and I think this has already been alluded to, the 3-story scenario. It's commercial and apartment uses. I think we want to make one point here. The 3-story building has 52,476 square feet. You have some retail on the first floor, then apartments. But I think the third bullet down, which is total leasable area, is 43,393. That means in any building you're going to have, corridors, you're going to have stairways, you're going to have elevators, you're going to have common spaces that are not, they don't generate income. They generate costs, but they don't generate income. So the total leasable area is reduced by 17% to 43,000. Then with the underground parking. They provided a build-out of this project on a cost basis. It's a $12 million project. They based their estimates on $133 per foot, which is comparable to what their experience is on development across the street. That RS means is a national source that says, here's what, for this sort of development, this is the range of cost per square foot, $129 to $180, so the 133 is at the low end of that range. So it's in the range, so it's acceptable market, but it is, not a fancy building. It's a lower per square foot building. The assistance scenario, we talked about, so we have what was really submitted was the 4-story project. Then, at the interest of the city, we said, well, let's look at if it was a 3-story. Well, the 3-story, because the developer wasn't requesting it, they weren't necessarily requesting any assistance for it. So we assumed that the assistance level, the TIF, the TDD, that they would receive on the 4-story would be transferred over to the 3-story. So even though they're, it's not necessarily, relate specifically to a 3-story, it does provide a basis of comparison with the 4-story option, because if you went with a 3-story without any assistance, the rate of return would plummet as compared to the 4-story. So we put that in there. And actually, so there is an assumption of assistance at a 3-story level. Internal rate of return, Price Waterhouse Cooper, for the first quarter of 2012, their survey for apartment projects range from an internal rate of return of 5.25 to 14%, with a average desired return of 8.28%. So when we talked about, is it feasible? Would you put your money into this if you were in the apartment business? Well, you should get a rate of return somewhere in that window, and on average, about 8.28%. So doing our analysis, we showed that the 3-story project, without any public assistance, would be 0.2%, less than 1%. And if you provided the level of assistance that they were getting on the 4-story, the level of assistance would be 3.83, level of return would be 3.83%. These are all under the Price Waterhouse and our experience relative to acceptable internal rate of return. So it's significantly under, and without assistance, it's basically a 0. So we said, what would it take? I mean, these are estimates. This is trying to look at the future. What would it take to get to those levels that are on average with the Price Waterhouse? It would require either a 30% decrease in the project cost or a 40% increase in the revenues, or a combination of both 16% and 16%. Now, we can't comment on, it's possible that costs could go down 30% or that revenues could go up 40, but, it's an order of magnitude that is, outside of what I would call a bell curve. So you have to look at the probabilities, and reasonable people may assign different probabilities to those. So the rate of return could go up if costs go down, or revenues go up, or there's some combination. So our conclusion is that the 3.83% is well below desired market rate of return as surveyed by Price Waterhouse, national listing of apartment users across the country. So you could conclude that a potential 3-story project, given the current projections, is not financially feasible based on the comparison to market returns. And I think we'll just keep rolling through ours, and because you have a lot before we take any questions. I would say throughout this, we've tried to strike a balance between there's a whole bunch of stuff in those reports and a little, some numbers, but looking for the conclusion.
Tony Schertler with Springstead. Thank you, Commissioners and Mayor. I'm going to move quickly through the next analysis because I think it has to do more with your entitlement decision or your incentive decision later on, and I believe that staff wanted to be sure that you had all the information that was available that had been compiled to date. So even though it may not be directly on point to the feasible alternative analysis, it's there to illustrate what happens with the project as proposed and where it is on the incentive. The other principle I'd like to emphasize is that what we're attempting to do here is be transparent and frame the issue. So as facts change, when you're putting together assumptions and you have estimates, and then you're going to eventually have bids, and you'll have more solid data as you move forward, all those facts can be configured in here to update your projections. And that's why we do the sensitivity. Primarily, we're trying to determine whether, and this is a negotiation, so people are going to ask more than they need occasionally. That's our experience. So we do these sensitivity analysis so that we can test the developer's request to make sure that he's not asking for too much, or where we think he's overstating a cost, we'll push that down. We'll question that, push it down, because obviously if he's overstating a cost, he's understating his return. And so we bring these pieces together so that it's the community can take a look at and change things, change assumptions. The next three reports that I will go through quickly because they're really more material to your decision on entitlements and incentives are Lawrence's request that when somebody seeks financial assistance that there be a needs analysis. Some people call it a but-for analysis, but it's really an understanding of what's driving the request to make a range of a reasonable investment. And it is a range. People make investments for a variety of different reasons, so we're showing a bandwidth here, if you will, and it's when they drop down below, we understand that they need it. We also use these, for example, to determine whether they're asking for too much. So if a developer's getting 25% return, thank you very much, it looks like a great project, hope you get rich, but you really don't need any community assets to get you there. And so this is also used as a regulator, not only to determine whether something needs help, but to stop it, block it down at the top, and come back and say, you know, we think you guys don't need this, or somewhere in between where you're going to look for some public purpose costs that you're trying to accomplish. I'm going to move through this quickly. We have a lot of data. Well, we'll see, and I'm available for questions as we go through it. Again, the methodology Dave has already talked about. We're using some published data on those ranges of returns. We're using published data on costs. We also have direct experience here. Those costs happen to fall within those ranges. The need for assistance analysis would determine if the proposed projects would not reasonably be anticipated to develop without the adoption of the requested financial assistance, and I just touched on that. If the returns are below 6%, an arm's length investor isn't going to make that investment. So what is it going to take to go up there? Again, as Dave touched on, these are project facts. We don't have to go over these. I will point out that as all these projects do, there's always tweaking, there's always adjusting until you're ready to close on your deal. I would just point out that what we analyzed a couple of weeks ago was 81-unit extended stay hotel with some 8-unit apartments. The developers recently adjusted that to a 90-unit. And that makes sense if you look at the returns that we were projecting earlier. He's trying to get those up as well. He's trying to figure out a way to make this investment work for his team and his lender. Again, these are costs. We don't have to go at, they're all in your package. The evidence is there. We've got these broken down, and again, we're always looking over here on the right column. Are those reasonable assumptions? Are those developer fees reasonable? Is there a place where there may be shifting costs to, again, understate return and overstate costs? The developers proposed a 75-25 split between debt and equity for funding of the project, permanent financing of $12 million, permanent equity of 25%. Again, our expertise, we do a lot of public debt, but we're also doing a lot of economic development deals, and this falls within the range that Springstead has encountered when we're negotiating with developers on permanent financing for real estate development deals. So nothing here jumping out of, they're not getting interest rates that are outside the norm. Developers requesting assistance in the form of TIF and TDD. Again, Diane already touched on this. This is really sort of going back through the interest costs, the parking garage, the site improvements. Those details, again, are in your package. And again, I'm conscious of being relevant and material to the alternatives analysis. Projected potential rate of return realized by the developer from the operation of the proposed development scenario for comparison to market. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Again, in this scenario, the last scenario was an apartment building, so the range of investment returns are a little different than they are for a hotel development. And the Price Waterhouse survey says the range of the quarterly report updated on what's going on says the reasonable range is between 10 and 15%, or where people are investing right now with an average of 11.65. So the four-story alternative, four-story with restaurant, is a hotel project, so that IRR shifts a little bit. It's a different type of product. The projected internal rate of return for 900 New Hampshire, based on the assumptions outlined, were without assistance. The project, at the way the developer proposed it, has a 2.6%. With assistance, it's 5.73%. So you can see that this is a skinny project. This is below reasonable returns, which is why you're seeing some adjustment possibly, and I'll let the developer speak to that. And so our conclusion, obviously, is that this project is not likely to occur without financial assistance. So we, again, just as we did with the previous one, well, what changes? What's driving the gap? Is there anything that can increase value or reduce costs? So we do this, again, to try and smoke out sensitivity. Without assistance, how do we get to that benchmark of 5.73? We have a 20% decrease in project costs. That's what it would take. A 25 increase in lease rates, a combined savings. Again, we're trying to smoke out what can affect those rates of return. The North project, the second project not related to this site, because you're creating a tax increment district, again, we're doing the needs analysis. Similar thing. I'll move through this quickly. The methodology is similar. Where I've identified what the project is, 7-story, 114 apartment units. Here's our cost calendar. Again, we're looking at those percents of totals on the right. Again, this is our building cost estimates of $133 per square foot. The RS Means manual is $141 to $196. So if anything, the developer's understating costs. Those costs could be higher and affect his return negatively. We're usually looking for the other way, by the way. We're looking for overstating of costs. And he's got the current estimates. And then the parking garage costs are $21,000. Again, the financing is similar. His lending terms are similar, 5%, 25-year term, 5.5%. That's reasonable. And then again, these are the site costs that Diane touched on earlier, those eligible costs. The Price Waterhouse report market rate, internal rates of return for the national apartment segment. The North segment is an apartment building, so it's not a hotel. So it's got those lower range of returns. The hotel has the 10 to 15. This is lower. Is 5.25 to 14. So that's a pretty big range, with an average desired return of 8.28%. So the projected internal rate of return on the North quadrant without assistance is 4.37% and 6.21 with assistance. The returns for the North project fell below market expectations of the Price Waterhouse, both with and without assistance. Without assistance, the project's unlikely to occur. So we looked again, sensitized. What if we increase project cost or decrease project cost, increase lease rates? Same thing that we did before, and again, this is all in the package of information that you have. Now, we have combined these because there was some concern that because the project on the south side is so skinny, well, maybe we need to look at combining these two efforts because it is, after all, the same developer. And so is there some way that we're missing another way, a backdoor way, that somebody's being unjustly enriched? So we combined the two events, even though they're scheduled a little differently, and there's some assumptions that you have to use on the North quadrant, but we combined the return without assistance is 3.72, combined return with assistance is 6.3. So just another way to make sure that we're not missing anything in our assumptions. And then this is the TIF feasibility. This is the statutory requirement of ensuring that you have enough increment to satisfy your costs. And Diane, I can go through this, but I'm conscious of time. Is that?
Briefly, please.
Okay.
Continue.
TIF financial feasibility show that the project benefits, tax increment revenues, available revenues are expected to exceed or be sufficient to pay the project costs. I think we were touched on that already. We evaluated the two sites. We have the details that Diane has already touched on your base valuation and what your increment will be. The south project area feasibility, 100% of the property taxes, 100% of the sales tax, city and county. Through establishment of the 9th New Hampshire Redevelopment TIF District and South Project Area, revenues will be used to reimburse, oh, sorry, forgive me. trying to do two things at once, be clear and move quick. Revenues will be used to reimburse both private and municipal expenditures, which Diane touched on, some of those costs that the city would like to redirect those values to. The South Project area, one parcel to be redeveloped into a mixed-use hotel and commercial building, 2 tax-exempt parcels to remain tax-exempt, total base year assessed valuation of the project estimated at $62,227. Project's total fair market value upon completion in 2014 is estimated at $6,870,42, generating a total assessed value of $1.567540. The South Project tax increment revenue, the total tax increment for the South Project area of 6.210,276, total property tax increment of 3.3 million approximately, total sales tax increment of 2.8 approximately, projected for the 20-year period starting from South Project area approval. We will be submitting this information again to you in a final form when you make the incentive decision. So I'm glazing over these numbers a little bit, but again, the developer is requesting the city authorize the establishment of a TDD, proposed levy of 1%. We're looking at all these to make sure this satisfies statutory requirements and the needs. Total tax increment of 6.2 million, total property tax increment of 3.3, total sales tax increment of 2.8, total TD sales tax revenue of 1.1, developer financing of 17 million. Again, Diane touched on the costs that they're seeking reimbursement for, the interest rate that they've sought for their private financing to be compensated for, the total private South Area project costs of $5.421288. And again, some of these numbers will adjust as details come in. The developer will finance 5.4, request reimbursement of TIF TDD revenue, including interest expenditures. The total South Area project private TIF TDD expenditures are $5.421288, including interest expenditures of the South redevelopment project cost. Developer is only reimbursed revenues collected. Again, Diane touched on this. This is a pay-as-you-go, so the risk is lower for the city than if the city were fronting money and accounting for that to come back. So the developer is financing that revenue stream. There's no obligation on the part of the city to contribute any shortfalls to finance the total construction costs or interest expenditures. And the city, as Diane has touched on, the city is seeking reimbursement for the following South Project area costs: reimbursement for the existing parking garage, the Lawrence Art Commons expense, and the total municipal South Area project cost of $1.75 million. Total combined South Area project cost of $7.1. And this is just a summary of the total revenues that exceed the cost for your feasibility analysis. And again, we will touch on this at the appropriate time for your findings on your statutory findings. The north area, again, now we're back on the north side because this is all part of the TIF feasibility analysis. We're touching through the developer's requests on that. This is the base values. I'm losing my thread here a little bit, so I'm going to move through this. The North project's eligible to receive increments through the first half of 2032 and 2033 collection. Assumed all years that are 100% of property taxes are paid when due. The total property tax increments projected over the term of the North project are $4.4 million. Total tax increment of 4.4. No sales tax increment projected because it's an apartment building and there's a commercial use, but we're not projecting any sales there at this point. And the developer financing of 27.6. The developer is seeking reimbursements for the following North project area costs: site improvement estimates at $800,000, underground parking garage estimated at 2.6, interest expense reimbursement at 5.5, rate estimate at 2.1. Total private North area project costs of $5.5 million. The developer will finance 5.5 million request reimbursement from TIF revenue, including interest expenditures. The total North Area Project private TIF expenditures are 5.5, including interest expenditures for the North redevelopment project costs. Developers only reimburse revenues collected during the statutory term. No obligation on the part of the city to contribute any shortfalls. Again, similar to the south side. And here's the conclusion. Project benefits, which include projected TIF revenues and developer contributions of at least 1.120360, are sufficient to pay the project costs. The 4.43 of the North Project TIF revenues plus the 1.1 of developer revenues totals 5.5 of North Project costs. So that was quick, and I apologize for rapidly moving through the second phase, but I think the message we want to leave you with is the methodology of doing the analysis of the returns and the feasibility of the projects are similar, and we're using the same benchmarks consistently on the development projects. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
Question.
Sorry, we have one question here.
Sorry. Curious, on the actual rate of return, I didn't see, did you how do you use as far as an occupancy for a hotel?
Mayor, Commissioner, I have detailed notes. I think we had a vacancy rate in the hotel of
That's 60-some.
Yeah.
Occupancy is 60.
66%, which, again, another industry standard that we look at on hotel industry that matches up those projected vacancies and occupancies.
Sure. And there was no, I don't know how you would actually ascertain it's not utilizing what current occupancy rates are or established. And then just one other quick one is you mentioned occasionally you find, as you represent cities, developers that are looking for more assistance than needed and don't meet the but-for. Just curious how often that maybe happens and if there's a recent example or.
Mayor, Commissioner, I think what typically happens is that as estimates are refined, they're negotiated down. So we had a project in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota, where the developer was seeking $10 million in assistance. And at the end of the day, the city provided $3.5 million because of the way they financed it, because of some of the cost assumptions, scheduling, and understanding the city's capacities and policies. So it's not unusual that the first bite at the apple comes in bigger, and these things, they shift, because it is negotiated.
Thank you.
Tony, going back to the vacancy rate again, you use that as an industry standard? Is that a local number that was, where did that 66% come from?
The hotel proposal came from the developer, and we verified both, I think, if we have data available for the community that it's in, what your hotel vacancy rates are. They've been fluctuating. We also use HVS. There's another, I didn't mention, another industry standard on what are reasonable vacancy rates to project in hotel developments. So we tested on those, and it falls within those ranges.
Okay, so it wouldn't be actual rates for Lawrence and Douglas County?
Mayor, Commissioner, no. And in fact, obviously, any more detail you can get that's actual live time, the better, the clearer your vision is. So, you know, as these things evolve and you get actual leases and things like that, those are better data.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Thank you very much. Okay, we'll have the presentation by Ron Schneider, and then we'll take a break after that presentation. We'll open up to public comments. I'm sorry, the applicant is next. Beg your pardon.
Mayor, Commissioners, I'm Dan Watkins. I represent the applicant, Ninth and New Hampshire LLC. And I think the staff and the consultants have done an excellent job of laying out information for you that's in the record tonight. We're going to present additional information that goes to the relevant factors that you're to take a look at. And Commissioner Dever, I think, has pointed out that your job is different than the HRC's. And the commission is to look at all relevant factors that And there's 4 that are required that you look at. Those are technical issues, design issues, the project's relationship to the community plan, and economic issues. Economic issues aren't really things that are looked at by the HRC. They are things that the city's required to look at on an appeal. So applying a literal interpretation to all feasible and prudent alternatives and all possible planning, as I think some people would like to have you do, is not what the law requires here. The law requires you to look at the relevant factors, take a hard look at that, and you can then weigh the evidence that's in front of you. And you can make determinations on what's believable, what's realistic, and the cases talk about common sense, using common sense judgment about these factors. Now, I'd like to submit in writing the information that has gone into a lot of the hearings that have taken place over the last several years, or last several months with HRC, as well as some affidavits that have been presented. All this information was provided to the city last Thursday prior to this meeting, but I'd like to make sure that it's submitted for the record tonight.
Okay.
We can't read it all tonight.
Just for everyone, so we said there'd be no whispering, and Commissioner Cromwell was whispering. He said, are we supposed to read that right now? So,
Well, I think it's, in looking at whether or not there's a feasible and prudent alternative, and you look at these 4 factors, technical issues and design issues, economic issues and the community plan, it's not really, this information shows you that there's complex issues that have been addressed by city staff and city advisory boards, and really dug into those issues. Micah Kimball will, in his presentation tonight, will talk about those design and technical issues, as well as community plan issues, and demonstrate that, you know, while it's not realistic for an opponent who may have ideas about a feasible and prudent alternative to be able to spend the money to develop all the studies and the plans and that sort of thing, to prove a reasonable and prudent alternative, this information goes to show that you can't just throw something up against the wall and say that it's feasible and prudent because we use some figures that say it makes some sense, okay? There are complex design, technical, economic issues. There's competing community goals and plans here, including development of downtown, density in downtown, and others that are contained both in the community plan, our 2020 downtown design plan, and others. So tonight, we're going to present information both in affidavit and in testimony. Mike is going to talk about multiple and complex technical and design issues. Mike Trainor's affidavit and his testimony will focus on the community plan as well as economic issues associated with developing the property. Chuck Mackey hopefully will be here a little later. His son had an accident. He's coming. He's a hotel developer. He'll talk about the feasibility of developing this project. The Springstead reports, of course, look at the economic issues and look deeply into those. Again, and when you look at these, at both the evidence that we present as what has been done in terms of all the planning and work up to this point, in analyzing any alternatives, you have to weigh that evidence, and we'll have comments on that after that's presented. So I'd like to, Commissioner, I'd like to turn it over to Micah Kimball to go through a slide presentation regarding things, then Mike Trainor, and we'd be done with our presentation.
thank you.
Mayor, I have extra copies of his presentation.
Please. Please do. Will you state your name for the court reporter, please?
Yeah.
Will you-
Bill Fleming.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mayor. Mike A. Kimball with Turner Architects, one of the project managers on this project. It's good to see you guys again. We're excited to come back and bring you guys the revised project. I think last time, or a couple times ago when we met, we had talked to you guys, and one of the issues, one of the concerns was to slow down the process a little bit, go back to the HRC, go back to the ARC, meet with the neighbors again, and we've done that. So we're coming back with a new project. We've revised it. We've made significant changes over the last 9 months or so, and I feel like we've made a much better project. That process did work. It's slowing it down, going back, and meeting with everybody did work, and I'm going to show you a great project here. What we're going to show tonight is a quick recap of the designs, the design iterations, not every little instance, but kind of the major changes and then the major presentations that we had made. And also, this presentation is almost identical to what we showed to the HRC on April 30th. We've made a couple of comments, but the images are the same. The ordering may be slightly different, but it really is the identical, very, very similar presentation to what we showed to the HRC. Our calendar of events and all of the meetings that we've had, the public meetings, this is a quick list of the process that we've been through, starting with September 6th when we went to the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association. We presented the project to them, and then we came to the Historic Resources Commission and presented the project, and then have gone through a series of meetings, kind of back and forth, some public, some private, and we're back tonight for the appeal. Through that process, there were 3 review processes by the HRC, which Lynn had outlined for you. We've gotten approval on 2 of those. We're looking for the 3rd appeal on the state law review. A quick project recap. This is where we started in September of last year. Actually, this is where we went public with it. This is the first time we went to the neighbors and started presenting this and looking for input. We had a hotel and an apartment project, mixed use with retail on the ground floor. You'll notice that on this project that the hotel is on the top floor, the apartments are in the center, and retail is on the ground floor. Again, we had a much higher building when we first came out of the chute with this. The corner, the hard corner of 9th and New Hampshire was 79 feet. Along the Art Center, we had a full 6-story component all the way to the Art Center with a pool at the end that you see. That was 71 feet next to the Art Center. And along the back alley, we were at 64 feet. So this is our first blush at this. We came back in December with a revised proposal to the HRC. Through many discussions, we had reduced the overall parapet height, reducing the scale of the building, and along the alley, in order to create a transition from our downtown district to our residential district, we reduced the building and the number of units that were in the program or listed in the building. Along the alley, we reduced that by 1 floor. Again, this was a design issue. This was transitional. One of the biggest issues that we've battled on this, and it was hit on earlier, is that we're in the convergence of several environs. We're only in one district, one actual district, the overlay district, or the downtown conservation overlay district, but we're in the environs of 4 different either districts or structures. All of these can carry separate reviews to them. Getting the project to be designed to marry up and to meet any one of those reviews without conflicting to another one, such as a residential neighborhood to a downtown district, is a very difficult process, if not impossible, and has so many inherent design issues to it. But we've worked to overcome this and create a transitional design. On one side, we're honoring downtown, and on the other side, we're respecting the neighborhood, and we're caught in the crossfire of the two. So in January, after our December meeting, December presentation to the HRC, we started working with the ARC. We went through a series of meetings with the Architectural Review Committee of the HRC, and we looked at the building, and we took a step back and we redesigned the building, and we looked at where the height was on the corner towards the Art Center, and that we needed to lower that side. We put the height out on the hard corner. This is per recommendations of downtown design guidelines, internal review. We also flipped the uses of the building. We brought the apartments up to the top floors and the hotel down to the lower floors, or the second and third floor, maintaining a retail and retail uses on the street level. Again, retail uses is per downtown design guidelines. We can't put residential uses down there on the street level. But we reduced our level, or our number of apartments, and in order to economically offset this and still make the project work and still meet a program that was feasible for the project, we added a restaurant to the top floor and took the pool that was up on the top floor that was an indoor pool and made it into an outdoor pool. So this was in January. In February, we further refined this design, went to further ARC meetings, several more meetings with the neighbors. You can see that this isn't a whole lot different, but we're still tweaking the design. We're trying to break down the massing and the scale and the size and the height of this project every which way that we can. And here we are to our current design. Mayor, you mentioned that we had the discussion of taking one floor off. So we went back, we took the top floor of units off, essentially creating a 4-story building with a 5-story corner on it. So the corner is 5 stories, the middle portion is 4 stories, and then along the alley we have that at 3 stories so that it relates more to the residential neighborhood. Again, design issues, trying to transition it down. In doing so, this creates a myriad of technical issues. I think you'll see in the affidavit there's a list of those, which may not even be all encompassing, but there's several of those as far as code issues. Every bedroom or every sleeping unit on the 3rd floor and lower in the city of Lawrence must have an egress window. We can't take units and turn them to the inside. They must have a window for emergency escape and rescue by the fire department, as well as natural daylighting. Even if it's not an emergency escape, it still has to have a window for natural daylighting in order to meet the building code. Between January and the April presentation, some of the major items that we had revised beyond taking the building height down by a single story right off the top, and losing the program off of that. We also did set back off of the alley. On the south side, we pulled that back an additional 4 feet. Where the courtyard is along the alley, we pulled that back an additional 5.5 feet, added a landscape buffer. Again, this was part of our transitioning to the neighborhood. This is a downtown project, and it's zoned downtown. It's zoned, CD zoned, so it's commercial downtown, but we do have the neighborhood on the other side that we're trying to transition to, and we're trying to pay homage to both sides. And also, there was a lot of comment about the height of the Art Center. There was some comments that were made by Historic Resources Commission and some of our presentations that our project needed to relate in scale and size to the Art Center. So in taking that top floor off and with this new revised design, we are comparable, or we feel that we are comparable in scale and height to the Art Center, especially along the alley side and then along New Hampshire side as well. Looking back from our very first proposal that you saw, kind of the first slide here, the hard corner here was 79 feet. We're now at 63 feet. That's a reduction of 16 feet on the 9th and New Hampshire corner. At the Art Center, it was 71 feet in our original proposal. Now we're proposing 44 feet, a reduction of 25 feet. And then the alley, originally was 64 feet. This shows 35 feet. That's measured at the south end. It's 40 feet at the north end. There's about 5 feet of grade difference. I believe what Lynn had presented earlier showed 40 feet. But given the difference there, we're 24 to 29 feet less than what we were in our original proposal. So these are the design iterations that we've made in order to accommodate, one, design issues, technical issues, but comments from various commissions, comments from the developers, adjusting our program as we go along the way. Yes?
Quick question
Yeah.
before you switch pages.
Mhm.
I just want to confirm if on the second set of numbers there, if the 44 and 71 are correct, then the minus 25 is wrong. So
Oh.
which is it? Is it,
The 44 and the 71
they're correct, so
are
it's
correct, so it'll be 27
27. All right,
feet.
just want to make sure which number was wrong.
Yes.
Thank you.
So a couple of slides here, and we're going to go into our current design. And you can see the red dashed line shows where that fifth floor was taken off. That floor would be actually one level above that. So that's our relative height as we get near the Art Center, and also showing where that reduction is. The top picture is looking south from 9th Street, and the lower picture, you can't read the caption on there, but that's the New Hampshire elevation with the Art Center on the far right. A couple of diagrams to show this. Again, this is from New Hampshire Street, looking back to the east. The Art Center is located on the south end of the project. This is our project. This red dashed line indicates the height of the barrel vaults of the Art Center. This masked out area represents that same height, and what you can see above it is the amount of building that is actually above that line, and it's especially at the Art Center it's 6 feet taller than that barrel vault at that location, but the amount of massing that's actually higher than the Art Center is very limited on this project. The elevation that's at the very bottom of the page, and you cannot read the caption, this is looking back from the alley. So comparing where the three-story section of the building comes back to the alley to where the Art Center is, we are actually, I think it's 3.5 feet below, 3.5 feet shorter than the Art Center at that location. Law of averages from front to back, one side we're lower, one side we're higher. So it's comparable. It's very comparable in scale. A couple of perspectives and some renderings to give you an idea of how the project will be perceived beyond elevation. Sometimes it's hard to read those elevations, but northeast perspective, this is 901 New Hampshire project, recently completed and occupied. This is 901 Rhode Island. So you can see the block. Creating this transition and this stair step from a downtown high density area to the residential, which is a medium density, which is also a mix of commercial uses and also CS zoning and these 5 lots. We'll look at that here shortly. The lower picture shows the view pretty much from standing from the parking garage. We may be standing a little bit farther back, but for rendering perspective, for rendering sake, and to give you an idea of what the building looks like, looking down New Hampshire, we've omitted what the parking garage would mask from this view. A couple more slides. You can see the transitional height if we draw a line from the top of 901 New Hampshire across the project site to the relative height of the roof ridge. Everything is below that line on this project. Again, enhancing that transitional stair-stepping, reducing density as we get over to the Rhode Island, North Rhode Island district. This is our site plan as proposed. Design issues that we talked about. At one point, we had traffic coming through and connecting to the alley. And then the hotel drop-off lane would connect to the alley, would come around and drop off into the parking garage. We omitted that. We put the drop-off alley or drop-off lane on New Hampshire Street. That takes traffic off of the alley. We've done a lot of, we've made a lot of efforts to protect the alley and to preserve it and to not put traffic onto it, but also relieve some of the congestion that could happen. It's a rather narrow alley. It's 16 feet wide with some of the structures right on the lot line. We've pulled back from the lot line where we can and where we can afford to on the project in order to ease that congestion. And while we are downtown CD zone, so commercial downtown, across the alley, that zoning is all commercial strip zoning and a mix of businesses, multifamily residences, and rental housing and non-for-profit businesses. These next series of slides are focused on the view towards the back, again, focusing on the residential or the Rhode Island district and how this project has been treated to reduce any impact on the Rhode Island district. You can see the large courtyard. We've stepped the building down. We've talked about that several times to keep the scale down as we get closer to the alley. But we've also pulled this fence back and added the landscaping. I mentioned that earlier, but that's to soften this courtyard and to soften the approach, and then also provide screening for the courtyard. Then we've also added a courtyard on this side that would be for our guests, for the hotel. This view down here is looking down the alley to the north. We're standing at the south end, basically behind the Art Center, looking down the alley to the north. And then same view over here. A couple of views that we pulled together to see what this project is going to look like from the neighborhood. You'll see that these next 4 slides are, the top will be a perspective. You can see the project in the background. We've done some rough modeling of the structures that are on Rhode Island. And then the site plan on the lower part of the picture has a red arrow. That shows where the camera is set in our modeling program, so that you can see kind of where that picture was taken from and the angle of view that was used to capture this. So this is looking through just south of the Social Services League, looking over 909 Rhode Island, eye level. What you're going to see in the background, this is the courtyard and 900 New Hampshire proposed project beyond. This is, if you come further north on Rhode Island Street, standing in the middle of the street approximately and looking back, the impact that the project has, you can see that there's very little impact due to the height beyond the project, or sorry, beyond the houses in that district. And coming even further north and then going back across the street, trying to get back even farther so that we could see, if we stood in the middle of the street here, we couldn't see the project. So we brought the camera back to the sidewalk, which would be on the east side of Rhode Island. And you can see the project through the houses, but there's not a lot of impact. There's not a lot of visibility. We've had some claims that, well, you took all the trees out and this and that, and you've adjusted the model. Well, we did take a lot of the trees out because if you keep the trees in, you don't see it. But so there will be trees that do kind of filter that vision as well. And we admitted that we've ghosted the trees so you can actually see through. So, coming back down towards the south end of the lot, again from Rhode Island, looking through the houses, this is one of the largest gaps in the structures. So I think this is a model of what you're going to see from that point of view. Back to our transitional height, showing that we are relating to both structures. We are relating to the height of the Art Center. The Art Center, one of the things too that was mentioned in the HRC report, but the Art Center is a civic building and carries a different review than a private building and private use. Again, with all of these factors combined, the design issues that we were faced with to come up with a project that was compatible with everything was nearly impossible if you get every review, but we hit almost all of them as much as we can. Much like what Len said about the downtown design guidelines, it's a guideline, and that if you want to hit as many as you can, but if you can't hit one, it doesn't kill the project. It doesn't kill the review. And this is our last slide. This is a cross-section cutting through the project, cutting through 901. This is US Bank in elevation, the alley, 901 New Hampshire. This would be New Hampshire Street. This is the proposed project of 900 New Hampshire, and then the alley again, and then the North Rhode Island District with the tallest structure is dashed in there. You see the Social Services League is the addition to it is modeled as that box in the back. But really what this shows is we've got 62 feet along from approximately 62 feet from US Bank on the east side of it to the west side of 901 New Hampshire recently built, with a stair step and an elevation change of approximately 17 feet. As we come across the 75 feet of building, then we have a 60-foot right-of-way at New Hampshire Street with 77 feet, give or take some change, and really closer to 78, from 901 New Hampshire to 900 New Hampshire. We've stepped the building maximum height down to 23 feet from what was across the street. So again, we're with the fuzzy, if you kind of squint your eyes, this is roughly 20 feet. This is roughly 20 feet, give or take a couple. Then within our own building and on its own site, we've stepped it again 20 feet, which is even more so, which levels out with a maximum height of, or estimated height of the structures, the highest structure that would be adjacent to our lot, 646 Rhode Island. And that's over 102 feet with the courtyard included. We only have a 16-foot alleyway, but we've got 102 feet of courtyard, including that alley. So that's my last slide. I will open it up for questions or defer them till later.
Questions, Mike?
Mikey, you indicated that these are rough estimations of perspective, and you used a program to model these viewpoints and used some, I presume, scientific methods to take these pictures or simulate these views.
Correct.
Because the building doesn't exist, obviously, it's all hypothetical. Did you identify any perspectives that were negative or severely changed to the viewpoint of this project and omit them from our presentation, or was there any obvious information that was omitted from our review tonight so that we can make a clear and careful decision on this? No, there wasn't. In fact, there was internal discussion on some of the images that we were showing, whether they were favorable or not, because that's why I mentioned the parking garage, that camera angle, and everything is drawn to scale. Even in the houses, the streets, it's overlaid off of a site plan that we get off of the city website, the GIS website. So everything is to scale, everything's proportionate, and we can measure exactly what we've shown. And we did not omit any because we thought that they might be deterrent in any way. In fact, we did have to occasionally hide a building because you wouldn't be able to see the project, because coming around either 901 New Hampshire or the parking garage or some of the other projects that we had modeled in there. So we would hide those, and it makes the project look a little bit bigger. And we had some internal debate with it doesn't do us a lot of justice if the project looks bigger. So, but if it's not, then you can't see the project. You're looking at the inside of a wall. So we did debate that, but we did not omit. And one more question. And did you adjust any of the heights that these representations were taken from in order to improve the way this looks from a scale perspective? No. Okay. Thank you.
Likewise, I guess on here, the grade, the various terrain, the elevation grade, was that taken into account?
The 5 feet of elevation was the grade of the slope from the south to the north, the 5 feet was, and then there's approximately 2 feet of slope across the site as well, from the east to the west.
But from the position of the camera on Rhode Island Street?
Yes. Yes, it was. Yes.
Yes, it was what?
It was taken into account with the 5 feet of grade. the slope from the south to the north end of the lot.
Question, Commissioner Amix?
Mike, on the building plans, the small structures that are on top of the buildings, of the different levels of the buildings, are those air conditioning units up there?
Yes.
They are?
Those are mechanical, the condensing units. yes.
Mechanicals all on the top. The building that's in the courtyard, that would be just to the south of the building adjacent to the alley. What is that building?
That is our mechanical area to feed the parking garage, and also contains some of our trash.
Okay, so there is mechanical facility in that building, and it's all enclosed, and
It's
so
all- it would be
noise
enclosed.
won't filter out of that thing?
Right. That's the intent. And we've got 3 mechanical areas on that ground, on the site plan or the ground floor. One is for the retail, but it's in the loading dock area, so it's contained within the inside of the building. The other one you pointed out, and then there's another one for the hotel, for the lobby of the hotel. And these will also, when I say mechanical area, most of our condensing units are, for the hotel, for the rooms themselves, they're PTAC units, so it's a through-wall unit. The systems that are needed for the common areas are not that large for the hotel, because most of it's served room by room, as you guys have seen in any hotel that you've stayed in, or not any, but most hotels. So those mechanical units are rather small, but it also houses electrical meters, gas meters, other utilities, some of the uglies of the project, but in order to screen them, but they're not noise. They're not. It's not something that would make noise.
Well, follow-up to that is as I look at the factors, the only factors, as your counsel said, that we could only consider in this, and those being design issues. I assume that this is a design issue or technical issue of the project, so.
It's both.
Okay.
It's something that we had to adhere. We did discuss with the neighborhood extensively about the mechanical noise and the concern of the mechanical noise. We talked about when we looking at the hotel units with the PTAC unit itself. First of all, that has to be the quietest possible unit we can spec, because that is 3 feet from a person's head when they're sleeping. And as a guest at the hotel, if that is any louder, which typically they're about the same noise on the inside as they are on the outside, if that's too loud to the person that's 3 feet from it, our guest satisfaction is going to plummet, and we're going to lose occupancy. So we have to maintain that for ourselves as well as respect out of the neighbors. And then also we've placed as much of the mechanical on the roof as we can in order to isolate the noise to the roof, and then push it also to the center and keep it away from the alley.
Anything else? Okay. Continue.
Thank you.
I think Mike is
Each time you speak, will you please say your name for the court reporter?
Dan Watkins.
Thank you.
Mike's presentation demonstrates why this project, why this site has been difficult to develop over the last 12 years. It's hard to make work from design, technical, planning districts, as well as the economics. Next, we'd like to have the architect and developer, Mike Trainer, talk about the community planning issues as well as economic issues that go into this. And I'd point out that both his affidavit and Micah's affidavit go into much more detail, as do the minutes and all the material that you have from the meetings that took place as this project evolved over the last several months.
Dan, is that the last speaker for the applicant?
Yes.
Okay.
Except for in rebuttal.
Rebuttal at the end, yes.
Okay. Michael Trainer, Trainer Architects. Although I've wanted to a lot of times, this is the first time I've talked publicly about this project, and I want to point out a few things. I've got a 4-page affidavit that I've submitted to you guys that basically all says the same thing, that with all of the kind of comprehensive guidelines that we have for downtown, that our project helps support those comprehensive guidelines, which is to increase density, to increase the number of people that are downtown spending money. We're going to have people, out-of-town guests at the hotel. The North project anticipates more apartments. It has a synergy with the downtown, which I think is what the city is looking for. It's been stated in your public policies that having this kind of development in downtown is a good thing. It's good to have people on the ground, visiting the shops, visiting the restaurants, and this kind of long-term stay product that is probably the highest quality long-term stay product out there, that's the Marriott, will be very successful at getting people to spend money and stay downtown for longer periods of time. The affidavit goes into Horizon 2020 and that downtown comprehensive plan, and it speaks for itself. But the point being is that this is a very good project from that side. If we as architects could do a project that is prudent and feasible for the investors and for our clients, and to make all of our neighbors completely happy, of course we would do that, and we would want to do that. This project changed in the middle when the North project became available, and it looks like that we could build some apartments in that location and not have to have the density that we have here. We do a lot of analysis with Doug Compton, his company. They have a team of managers that we meet with to define what the project needs to be, the way the unit types need to be. We meet with Chuck Mackey and his team that are the hotel developers, and their defined needs they have prototype drawings from Marriott. Marriott themselves will eventually get this plan once we settle on the plan, and then do their own vetting of the project. But we're not there yet. The feasible and prudent from our side of the table is it financeable? Is it a project that is attractive to banks? Is it attractive to our investors, so that they can put up those large numbers you've seen on the screen? Our group that we've put together and others are the ones that are going to put the money up and have the return. That takes trust, and it's trust built over time with our developers and their track records. And us as an architectural firm, we've had, my personal experience is over 30 years in Lawrence. We sort of know the ropes and what needs to happen. In looking at the retail in this project, could we build a retail all first floor and build office or apartments up above? Of course we could. Would it be prudent for us? No. To put more retail down there besides this very defined retail that we're hoping to put in there, which is a marketplace. As we get more apartments down there, that's going to be in demand. We try to narrow the amount of retail we have on the first floor. We have our first floor hotel lobby, which takes up about half, and then we have, or a little more than half, and then we have our retail that takes up about the 7,000 square feet. We're trying to be very focused on that 7,000 square feet to provide a market in that area. Do we have it yet? No. Will we? I think we will. We're talking to some people now and making progress on that. And our developer, Doug and Chuck, are both enthusiastic about that. And when they get enthusiastic with those users, it seems to happen. The 901 building is a great example of being very judicious in what we have as a spec space. We had very little risk on that project. We had the apartments with a very proven apartment developer that his track record said that we would have great occupancy. It's full. We have an office space on the second floor that was planned for First Management, Doug Compton's office. It's full. The first floor was planned for our gym and restaurant. The restaurant's not quite in yet, not quite a done deal yet, but that's the last 1,500 square feet in the building. And the idea there is to, by pre-leasing and getting our people involved, it takes the risk out of the deal. And that's where when we look at other projects, we're not going to spec some office space. That just isn't going to work. It's not going to be financeable. It's going to be hard to spec much more retail than what we have in our building. Our retail is down to 10 or 12% of the overall of the building, and that's a reasonable risk. We're going to get somebody in there if it's not the market. We really want the market. It's an exciting prospect to have that down there. If we could have made all of our neighbors happy with, we would love to. We're not going to ever do that. We've got a building that transitions nicely to the neighborhood. We haven't mentioned this, but the Social Service League will, if they accept our help, we'll get a new structure for their sales floor in the back. Not the old historic building, but the building that was built right after World War II. I believe that's when it was, which is in dire need of some energy efficiency and rebuilding. It needs to be replaced. And we plan on doing that as part of our project. We're enormously excited about this, and it's dragged on. It's been one whale of a process here. Hugh mentioned back 9 months ago that this would result in a better building. It has resulted in a better building. I think we're there. I don't think we're going to go any further. This is a formal appeal, obviously, and we're putting a lot of things in the record. But we're there, we're ready to go, and we're excited. If you guys have questions, I'm here.
Questions?
Can you address some statements that I've read, I think in a couple of emails in a formal submission to the city regarding the large lobby area that is occupied the first floor retail section of the building and the excessive use of that space for a lobby? Can you explain to myself and the other commissioners why we have such a large lobby relative to the size of the building?
That lobby comes to us from Marriott. That design comes to us from Marriott. We adapt it to our building. That is within what they see is what is needed as a lobby for the building. So that's where it came from.
How many square
The
feet?
rooms are the same thing.
How many square feet is the lobby?
It's about 9,000. Excuse me, 6,500. The retail is 7,000.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Your presentation's been concluded at this point, is that correct? We're going to take a 10-minute break at this time.
Yeah.
Feel the way through this.
It's pretty.
I walked over there. You go over there. I mean, I've been over there before, but it's like the old veterinary thing. It's like
Thank you.
Everybody, please take a seat. Okay, we're ready to proceed with the presentation from the attorney that represents nearby landowners and homeowners. You'll
Thank
state
you.
your name, please, sir?
Sure. My name's Ronald Schneider. As you stated, Mayor, I represent a number of homeowners in the neighborhood, and I thank you for the opportunity to address you, Mayor, and the rest of the commissioners. Before I begin, I'm sorry. Can you hear me better? Okay. Before I begin, I'd like to give each one of you a packet, and the packet is numbered in the form of exhibits, which I will be presenting on the overhead, and it makes it easier for you to read versus trying to understand what's up there.
Thank you.
No, but I can give you one. No, it hasn't. Some of it has, some of it hasn't. First, I'd like to address, and I'll try to stay in the order that you received presentations, of course, not knowing exactly how it would go. My assumptions may or may not have been correct on what was presented. I will also try to stay within the 20-minute frame. There was a lot of information presented beforehand by the proponents. To get into a detailed analysis of that would take an extremely amount of time. I don't intend to do that. And frankly, some of the information I don't think was relevant and appropriate for consideration today, so I won't rebut that or attempt to. First and foremost, dealing with council's understanding, your city's council's understanding of and presentation of the applicable law. I generally agree with almost everything. The only exception I take with the finding by council is number 14, and that's marked as exhibit number 1 in your file. And number 14 deals with whether or not the sale of the land is pertinent or relevant. And I am providing you a copy of the decision rendered in Allen property, which involved the city a number of years ago. And the court stated that a genuine offer to purchase and preserve the property, particularly by a government entity or a historic preservation organization, could indeed be a relevant factor for consideration, depending on the terms, offer, and other circumstances. Clearly, the statute does not require the sale. This will become pertinent and relevant as I proceed, and you will see information regarding that subject as well. The next item I'd like to address is the statute itself. We've heard discussions about what you're supposed to be doing here today, and you've received quotes about the statute. The statute's right there. That is what is controlling these proceedings today, KSA 75-2724. This project should not, or shall not proceed until the governing body of a political subdivision, that few, in the case of a project of a political subdivision or instrumentality thereof, the City of Lawrence, the City Commissioners, has made a determination based on a consideration of all relevant factors that there is no feasible and prudent alternative to the proposal and that the program includes all possible planning to minimize harm to such historic property resulting from such use. That's it. One paragraph tells you what's going on. It tells you what the law is. You may not like it, but it's the law. I suggest to you that you are facing a unique situation in the sense that you're sitting as a quasi-judicial body. You do this almost all the time when you hear zoning matters for individual pieces of property. And I know, as elected officials, you like to have more flexibility than probably quasi-judicial proceedings grant you. You're probably more used to acting as a legislator, with the ability to confer with anyone you think's important in the sense of getting their input, getting their feedback, and getting their analysis, and doing what you think is in the best interest of the community. This law doesn't say that's what you should do. It says you need to look at these specific questions, and these specific issues must be decided by you in your quasi-judicial capacity, and determine that there is no feasible and prudent alternative to the proposal, and that the program includes all possible planning to minimize harm to such historic property resulting from such use. Therefore, what does the law require? This project cannot proceed and the inquiry should not go any further if you determine that there is a feasible and prudent alternative to the proposed project. Now, as I've sat here for the past hour or two listening to the proponents, their proposition and argument is essentially this simple, that there is no feasible and prudent alternative other than the project proposed to you. They are saying that the only project that's feasible and prudent is a hotel, as they presented it, which is a 4 or 5 story hotel with a rooftop restaurant, with a rooftop swimming pool, 124 space underground parking, and in addition, to top it all off, it requires public financing to make it financially feasible. Now, if you accept that proposition, then you are saying, and you must say in order for this to go forward, that there is nothing else that is feasible or prudent as an alternative to the project. And I want to emphasize, it's an alternative to the project, as Commissioner Dever inquired, not an alternative design for a hotel. It's any use that's permitted under the law that could be considered evaluating all relevant factors. If you conclude there is no reasonable and feasible and prudent alternative, then the second component is that you must find that the proposal includes all possible planning to minimize harm to the historic property. That's been addressed. That's what the statute says. Can a reasonable person conclude that this is the only option, this is the only feasible and prudent project available at that corner? I would suggest to you, just on its face, common sense says, of course not. What you are not here to consider and determine is whether the project will encroach upon, damage, or destroy historic property. The HRC has made that determination. That's final. You may disagree with it, but you are not authorized to overturn their decision on that subject. Frankly, the presentation from Micah was quite interesting. I've seen it before, unfortunately, but it's quite interesting, and I think the whole presentation was somewhat irrelevant because that dealt with the project itself, and that was the presentation that went before HRC. Your challenge tonight is to look at alternatives, all relevant factors. Number 2, you're not to determine if you like the project as presented. That's not your role here tonight. It's not your obligation or responsibility or even consideration that if you want another hotel downtown. It's not for you to decide if this constitutes a good project. It's not for you to question whether or not it's good use for the property, regardless of its impact on historic properties. You are required to determine feasible and prudent alternatives to the project. Now, the way it's presented tonight, at least by the proponent, the feasible and prudent alternatives they want you to consider, or in that context, is what is feasible and prudent to them as the developer. The law is not that. The law is what are the feasible and prudent alternatives to the landowner. What can they do that is feasible and prudent considering all relevant factors? When considering feasible and prudent alternatives, I ask you to look at what I've marked as Exhibit 3.
came from. Exhibit 3, please.
Sure, be happy to identify it. Exhibit 3 is staff report, and I am making reference to page 4 from the staff report, and I think that's the staff report of, okay. There we go. Okay, thank you. The staff report that was done in April of this year, and this is page 4, and this is from the staff report. And the reason I bring this up, not only is it contained in the staff report, but this is a summary and a statement of what has already been discussed, what you should be considering, what are feasible and prudent alternatives. The feasible and prudent alternatives are defined on what factors you should consider. And there's been a discussion of this already. I believe there's been a wrong focus on the application of these. There's been a focus on how these apply to the proposed project. These, in fact, if you read the rules, it's how they apply to feasible and prudent alternatives. Technical issues, design issues, the project's relationship to the community-wide plan, if any, and economic issues. In other words, every time you look at this proposed project, what are the alternative feasible and prudent alternatives, and what is relevant in determining whether or not those are feasible and prudent. Then we have the definition and discussion about the program, including all possible planning to minimize harm. The point I want to make out also in the staff analysis is that the Historic Resources staff is of the opinion that there are feasible and prudent alternatives to the proposed project, and that there is additional planning that should be undertaken to minimize the harm to the listed properties. That was before the final draft that you have. On the next page, the staff concluded, and they couldn't do a better job than I could, but before I get into that, I'd like to address these issues a little more clearly. Recall that, or realize that you have these guidelines that apply statewide to the review process. As you may assume, the vast majority of times, you're dealing with existing structures. It's rare to have vacant lots that are being evaluated. And to understand this is easier when you understand it within that context. So if you have an existing structure, and let's say you have a grand old mansion that has not received proper attention over the years and it's ready to fall down, the question is then, what are the feasible and prudent alternatives? And as you know, just about any structure can be renovated or rebuilt. There are a number of factors that should be taken into consideration. So you look at the technical issues. How bad is the structure? How much money does it take to make sure that the property is stable and doesn't fall down? Design issues. If it's a house, can it be redesigned to accommodate retail, commercial? Does the project relationship to the community-wide plan, what is it? If there's a proposed option that's feasible and prudent, if someone's proposing to put a wine house or wine shop in a beautiful old house in a small village in western Kansas, there's a good chance that that doesn't meet with the community-wide project planning or other uses. And maybe I'm being a little too sarcastic on such a subject, but there's a particular use that's being proposed, and how does it correlate and relate to the community-wide plan and the economic issues, which all too often are a controlling factor. Even though we can restore just about any house, any structure, any building, does it make sense? Does it cash flow? I can restore a gorgeous house for $1.5 million, but if I have cash flow of only $100,000 a year, clearly it's not economically feasible. In relationship to this project, we have a vacant lot, and those analyses take place in the staff's report on page 5. I won't go into the detail of them, but in essence, the staff report stated, which still holds true now, even though we have a somewhat modified project, that a smaller structure with fewer amenities, parking and pool, would be less expensive to construct. There are economically viable 2- and 3-story buildings in downtown Lawrence. a smaller project. Number two,
Can I interrupt you? I'm just confused. How come you're using this information from the previous submittal when there's a more current report from the staff? I mean-
because it doesn't address these
Oh,
issues.
it doesn't?
No, it doesn't.
At all?
Not this, no, it doesn't.
Okay.
And it's essentially the same issue.
Okay.
And then to address you specifically, Commissioner Dever, because the HRC,
Just to clarify all this, I'll let you continue in a second, but after Ron makes his presentation, we'll ask staff to address some of these issues that you
Okay, I
raised.
just am trying to track it with what we have, and it's confusing me when we're looking at.
Sure, if you look at the current-
Project that was changed substantially from the first time. I mean, you're quoting information on a project which I respect and want to listen to, but it's relative to a project that's changed in size from the first time.
no, this isn't the first report. This isn't the first report, and I apologize.
Oh, this isn't?
No, it
The
is
first
not.
page was, though.
All right, let,
No, it wasn't. I did have a date.
all right. Hold on just a minute.
I think
Whoa, 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 whoa.
staff needs to explain what.
One at a time, and I'll direct traffic here. Dave Corliss, please, your comment.
I'd ask Scott to comment on what report Mr. Schneider is reading from, because he is stating that this is from the staff report. This is not, at least to my understanding, from the current staff report.
That is correct. That's correct. I don't want to misrepresent that, and I've never tried to.
Okay, all right, now I'm confused. Which report is this coming from that Ron Schneider's reading from?
Scott McCullough with the Planning Office. Mayor, there were, as you may recall, 2 instances where a project came to the City Commission upon HRC determination. And I don't remember if this was the first one or the second one, but each time that application, the applicant had revised the project and essentially completed an alternative or reflected a feasible and prudent alternative. This was a report on one of those times where we believe there was a feasible and prudent alternative. The project before you today was revised from one of these former times, went through the HRC process, came back on appeal. This is not our current staff report on the appeal. The current staff report is posted in the packet, which has different conclusions than what we had at a different time in the process.
Good, I just want to make sure.
That's correct, and I'm not trying, if I've confused you, that was not my intent. This represents the last previous proposal that was coming before the City Commission that was withdrawn. The only difference between that and the current proposal is that it was reduced by 1 story. The current staff report, in my opinion, does not address these details, even though all of this is still relevant. That was addressed at the HRC, and at the HRC, the members of that commission stated that you still have these problems of mass, size, and height. Those are the same issues that they addressed, and I am bringing it up because at that time, even though it was a story higher and it was unacceptable, it's a story lower now, and it was still determined to be unacceptable to the HRC according to the applicable law. The HRC determined then, which is applicable now, that there are alternatives, that there are feasible and prudent alternatives. One, a smaller project that would be smaller in scale and massing in the Lawrence Arts Center building is what they're recognizing. Number 2, a project with fewer uses that would require a smaller building. Economic issues are the same thing. The reduction of uses for the proposed construction at this site will reduce the initial cost of construction. A project without the costs associated without the underground parking is possible. That is extremely important because consistently, everything that you have received regarding this project, for analysis and otherwise, includes a parking garage of 124 underground spaces. The current zoning, CD, does not require any off-street parking. It's a choice made by the property or the developers for reasons that are probably sensible, probably mandated by Marriott that they have to have parking on site. The issue then, what else other than a hotel or another project that does not require underground parking? What can be considered? In doing so, I'd like you to look at Exhibit 4, which I have given you. And I will read it because does not come across well, but it is all the non-residential district uses available for CD. There are numerous uses, including household living, there are community facilities, there are medical facilities, there are recreational facilities, there are religious assemblies, animal services, eating and drinking establishments, offices, parking facilities, retail sales and services. Does not permit sexually oriented businesses, though. Transient accommodations, and some vehicle sales and services under special use permit. Same for industrial facilities. And then there are other uses on the second page, which include some form of recycling facilities, communications facilities, and special uses for adaptive reuse, which really don't apply here. The point I'm presenting that is that there are almost an infinite number of uses permitted within this district. What is feasible? That's what, and if you look at the statute and you look at the rules and the information given to you by council, feasible, what is suitable, what is possible, what is capable of being accomplished, prudent, good, judgment, exercising common sense when you go about a project, determining whether or not it's prudent. Based upon the developer's proposal, the most apparent uses are residential, office, and retail. Now, the office is not included in this particular project, but based upon what they've done across the street and what they're proposing to the north, they apparently think that some office space is still needed. I think it's obvious to most of us that office space throughout the community of Lawrence is not in huge demand. Downtown Lawrence seems to be demanding, from everything the studies show us and what the proponents suggest, residential is in big demand, and that there is still a need for the right type of retail. The residential that has been discussed are apartments and residential in the form of hotels or long stay. There has not been a discussion of condominiums. That's an alternative that could be considered here and has not been analyzed as far as I can see. The cost analysis that the proponent has used for the various projects for a retail use range from $10 to $14 a square foot. I would like to show you some rough calculations, and by rough I mean I've crunched numbers using the figures given by the proponent in their analysis. And you have that in your packet. It's referred to as Exhibit 5. The basic land and structure costs, the land acquisition according to the proponent, is almost $700,000. We have space of 43,393 square feet at $133 development cost according to their projections. There was a conflict that I did not understand, and that's on page 2 of Exhibit 5. I calculated that figure of $5,771,000 and change. The developers had calculated at $6,981,000, almost $953. The difference was explained earlier in their presentation. The figure that I used for calculating the 43,393 did not take into consideration common space such as stairwells and all that. So the apparent conflict has been answered by them. The total cost, and if their figures are in fact correct, I would add approximately $1 million to that, so it's about $7,500. Those are basic land and structure costs. The other costs identified by the developer are site improvement costs, and as one of the analysts pointed out, who represents the consultants you've hired, these costs are subject to change. We don't know really how they are calculated and how accurate they are, but the site improvement costs of nearly $850,000 is questionable. in order to determine the validity of those and the accuracy of those, we need to see the documents to calculate those. Maybe they are in that packet of information you've been presented earlier. I don't know. The development fees of 4%, $413,000. I don't know if that is reasonable or typical or customary, but that's a fee that the developer is going to get. Contingency fund of 6.5%. As I understand this figure, this is a standard protocol that the investors or the lenders are going to require to have sitting on the sideline, almost as an escrow account, if any of the estimates are off and that they have resources to make a correction. And now the parking garage. It says 114 spaces. I think it's actually, no, that's correct. I was going to say 124. It's 114 spaces. That's $2,500,000. If you look at the actual hard cost, that accounts for almost a quarter of the total cost of this project. I suggest the very top figures are certain based upon the figures they've given us for land acquisition and cost of construction. The other costs identified by developer, I believe, need further analysis and scrutiny. Having given you that information, I would encourage you to consider the optional uses that should be considered based upon not only what many may believe are options, but are options based upon the applicant's own consideration of various needs and uses necessary for downtown. I've used a conservative figure of $14.50 a square foot for office space and a conservative figure for retail of $10 a square foot. For those of you who know downtown Lawrence, I think you will have to agree that these figures are conservative. The reason I am giving you these figures is to get a good sense of what the projected annual income is for each such combination of uses with their proposal of a 3-story building. First, we have office retail, office 2 floors, retail 1 floor. That comes out to about $566,000. If you use a figure that I think is probably more realistic to the value of office space, which is $19.50 a square foot, that figure actually comes out to $711,500. Number 2, apartments, office, retail combination. The document speaks for itself. You have a total of 3 floors, 1 each, $554,000, $250,000. Add another $73,000 if you were calculating apartments at 19, I misstated. If you were evaluating offices at 1950 square foot, it's $627,000. Number 3, all offices, if you add a figure of 1950 a square foot, it comes out to $850,000. I again have a conservative figure at $1,450 a square foot. Apartments, 2 floors, retail, $542,000. And the final figures of office apartments combination, $618,500. If you change that office space from $1,450 a square foot to $1,950 a square foot, it comes out to $763,500. That's for a 3-floor building using the square footage proposals that the proponents have asked for. The developer's total projection for 2-story apartments, floors, less a parking garage, is $9,607,384. If you finance that at 80% of developer's total projection, that's $7,685,000, $907, and 20 cents. Finance at 5.5 for 25 years, the annual debt service is $501,000. I am giving you that information so you can compare that to the potential income on a 3-story commercial building that is either residential, office, or retail, or a combination thereof. Alternative projections rely upon only the cost of the land acquisition and construction of the structure and site improvement costs. That's $7,311,550. That does not include the other costs that are questionable. Site improvement costs also probably require dramatic changes because I perceive that the majority of those have to deal with building a two-story underground parking lot. So if that is not done, those figures would go much lower. If you finance that, you get an 80% of that figure, comes out to an annual debt service of $431,000. Again, an alternative projection for viewing feasible and prudent alternatives to the project as presented and considered. You have before you a presentation that Tom Peterson, who is one of my clients, had presented to you by email. I don't know if that is formally part of the record or not. Is it? If it isn't, I would like to make sure it is, and I have an extra
We'll
copy.
accept it as part of the record.
Thank
It
you.
is in digital form.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. I would suggest to you that you're going to also hear additional information from Kurt McClure, who does a similar analysis of a building that is substantially smaller in size, 10,000 square feet per floor, retail, residential, some off-street parking, not an underground parking lot. The off-street parking will probably provide anywhere from 15 to 22 spaces. Both his analysis and Tom Peterson show that there's a rate of return, estimated rate of return of 10 to 18% on the high end of what is acceptable by industry standards. I made reference to sale of the property. The record should reflect that I, in fact, on behalf of my clients, inquired to see if the property owners who are known as 9-10, LC were interested in selling the property. That letter was sent to them, and they responded to me kindly. They responded and basically said, no, thank you, and that letter is attached also, where they advised that they have a current purchaser, and that, of course, is the developers. The only reason I bring that up, because under the law, I believe it is relevant, because now we have the Lawrence Art Center interested in purchasing a lot to the south, which is much smaller than this particular project. One of the alternative feasible and prudent uses here is clearly using this site for the Lawrence Art Center's needs. It's larger. It's going to provide the same needs they need as an open space to do outside art projects. But the thing that's even more attractive, it's less than the purchase price, as I understand it, from what is being considered for the building currently owned by the Salvation Army, and there is no cost of demolition. In order to know how profitable that is to the owner, right now we are told that the owner is selling it to the developer for $700,000. Even at that price, it's a feasible and prudent alternative to the Lawrence Art Center and the City Commission to consider. We may learn that the purchase price of this particular property, which is relevant in my opinion, is so much lower than $700,000 that a feasible and prudent option could be far less than a $700,000 sale price. I am not suggesting, however, that the law requires the property owner to have to sell it. But the law does say if it's going to be used by a government agency or something comparable that will consider historic preservation considerations, that is a relevant factor. I'll try to wrap this up pretty quickly because I know you have a lot of people to listen to. You have before you the obligation to determine if there are feasible and prudent alternatives. You have information that shows you that there are feasible and prudent alternatives. You have information that indicates without a doubt, and the staff has recognized, that those feasible and prudent alternatives are most importantly considered when you realize the underground parking lot is not necessary. When you take that out of consideration, when you take out the costs associated with a pool and a restaurant on top of the roof, the costs go way down. The feasible and prudent alternatives are not what's available to a hotel developer or a developer who wants to build a hotel. It's the feasible and prudent alternatives that are available to the owner of the property. The developer argues that there are no feasible and prudent alternatives, that the only alternative, the only option that they have and that the owner has is to build this hotel as presented. That is on its face irrational, improper, and just can't be found to be a realistic conclusion. I would like to address a couple other issues that were brought up tonight that were not previously presented. First and foremost, you have in front of you a large packet of information that council presented to you, and Commissioner Cromwell inquired sarcastically, do we have to read that tonight? I don't know what's in that. I know there are some affidavits that I've never seen. Under the circumstances, I believe I have an absolute right to review those things in order to respond accordingly, and if need to supplement my response to tonight, I need that opportunity. How much time that will take, I don't know until I see the documents. The other point is, you have hired Springstead, as I understand it, to determine if it's feasible or prudent to construct a 3-story apartment building. Unfortunately, the burden to prove that is with the developer. I don't think it's the city's obligation to prove that one way or the other. However, since you have chosen that, I suggest to you it would also be appropriate to consider the alternatives that are also out there. Most importantly, to consider an alternative that includes, as your own staff recognize, could be constructed as a smaller project, a project that did not include 2 stories of underground parking and other uses that were adaptable to the project, including, and the staff didn't say this, but what is apparent to me is condominiums. When Springstead looked at this for alternative, feasible and prudent alternatives, they should have been directed, if you were truly looking for feasible and prudent alternatives, they should have been directed to say, what can be built on this site that is 3 stories or less and meets the criteria identified by the Historic Resource Commission concerning space, size, and mass. They were not asked to do that, and I think that's a mistake. Also, based upon the information given by Springstead, and I must confess, I had trouble understanding everything that was going on with all the financing. And if you understood that substantially well and understood the implications between the North-South project and the whole district, I congratulate you, but I question if anyone's able to understand all the implications of that at this time. Whether or not it's relevant is another question. But having said that, what I was able to gather from that presentation is that this project, as presented, cannot go on its own with private funding. That it absolutely, positively, as presented, requires public funding and assistance, public financing, I shouldn't say funding, a public financing and assistance to make it go. That the North project is more feasible and prudent economically than the South project, and the South project probably wouldn't go even with public assistance, but for the North project. Based upon everything I heard, one has to ask, is the project as presented to you tonight, with all the amenities, underground parking, the roof, and the need for public assistance, feasible and prudent on its own? I suggest it does not appear to be so. So having said that, I previously addressed either the HRC or this commission stating that in many ways this reminds me of someone trying to put an elephant in the backyard of a residential neighborhood yard, that the owner wants to have a pet elephant, but their yard's just too small. So they clip the toenails, cut the hair back, cut the tail back and the ears, and say now it meets it. Well, everyone knows you still have an elephant in the backyard. So by analogy, we still have an elephant in this backyard. There are alternatives to the pet owner as there are to the property owner here. To the pet owner, the alternatives are the obvious. Have something that fits your backyard, a dog, a couple dogs even. To the property developers here, An elephant doesn't fit in this yard, and there are alternatives, which include a 3-story or smaller building, smaller size, and it'll fit the needs of the community and meet the benefits of the historic district. Happy to answer any questions. How much time did I take? I'm curious.
Lost track.
More than 20 minutes?
We don't pay attention.
You don't pay attention? Okay.
Only when the shot clock's up.
Okay. I tried to cut it down. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions at this time? Okay.
Thank you.
Don't go away. I mean, don't leave the meeting room. Okay. We're going to have public comment next. How many people, would you raise your hand, how many people want to comment, just so I get a... Okay, so we got about 12 or 15. Okay, the sign-up sheet is in back at the table alongside the door. I want you to sign in there first. When you come up to the podium for the pleasure of our court reporter, I want you to say your name and spell your last name. Please talk distinctly and slowly so that she's able to write everything down that you want to say. And there's a limitation of 5 minutes. If you can say it quicker than that, we'd appreciate it. So, all right, proceed, please.
Hi, I'm Leslie Soden, president of the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association. Here we are, light at the end of the tunnel, maybe. Anyways, earlier I felt like I was kind of at the PERC hearing already and not a public hearing on 900 Hampshire, which was a little confusing. Somehow, everything has blossomed tonight into a conversation about 3 separate projects: 900 New Hampshire, 100 East 9th, and the Lawrence Art Center Commons. Frankly, this was kind of a disturbing amount of time spent talking about 2 other projects when we're here to talk about 900 New Hampshire. I'm not sure that was entirely appropriate. So anyways, I have a few questions that occurred to me during the earlier testimony. The first one is, since the developer is also using his own construction company for the construction and thus presumably making a profit that way, wouldn't that be considered in the feasibility study? Is that a relevant factor? Number 2, speaking of the community plan, wasn't the original TIF plan for that corner for a 3-story building? And number 3, Mike Trainer in his testimony mentioned that retail on the 1st story is iffy, so perhaps if instead of a market space on the 1st floor, they should consider moving the restaurant space to the 1st floor from the roof. That way maybe they could completely remove the 5th floor. Wouldn't that be a feasible and prudent alternative for the developer? Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Dan Dannenberg, 2702 University Drive. Last name is Dannenberg. Just a quick point. We've heard the term affidavit several times tonight, and seeing this many suits lined up on the row here, it takes us back to the days of the Watergate scandal, where the joke was, what do you call a man in a suit? Defendant. No charge for the attempted humor. From 2002 to 2012, what was the number of hotel, motel rooms added in Lawrence, and what was the occupancy during that time of those rooms? From 2012 to 2022, what is the estimated or anticipated need for hotel, motel rooms during that time? And what will the anticipated occupancy be? It'd be interesting to know what those statistics are. I don't want to pay for a parking garage. There are other hotels that are proposed in North Lawrence and out at the Sports Village. Going to have to pay for parking out there too. I was just looking here. As a taxpayer, I'm tapped out. I don't want to pay for anything else. If the developer can make it work, fine. They should do it with their own financing.
Thank you.
Somebody jumped in front of me. I'm Mark Bueller. I live at 1000 Sunset Drive. I've been around here a while, and I just thought I'd come down tonight. I know I don't have any money in this game, and I don't think I have a cat in the fight, but I thought I'd come down tonight because a whole bunch of my people that I think are like-minded to me don't, and they never do. And I doubt it's a silent majority, but I want to support the project. I want to support the appeal, whatever is technically in front of you. And I figure you will determine what you can and cannot make a decision on tonight. And I do support it. We have needed for almost all my life a way to make downtown more significant than it is. And this is a great opportunity. I would not have a nickel in this game. I'm proud he's doing it. He or the group of he or she's that are doing it. And it's a great risk, and I think we will all win if it occurs. Thanks very much. Good luck.
Thank you. That needs to go back to the back table again.
Why? I brought it to her because somebody jumped in front. So we need a monitor back here, Mayor. No, I'm not.
Who's next? Next.
Next, please. No, you have to sign in first. Did you sign in?
Yeah.
Okay, please. Your name, spell it, last name?
My name is Alex Delaney, D-E-L-A-N-E-Y. I live at 2724 Ann Court. Ann Court. I'm here to offer my support of the development at 9th and New Hampshire. I think that it's very important for the Commission to remember that while the history of Lawrence is important to us all, what has been decided in the HRC ruling is directly relevant to only a small proportion of the whole Lawrence citizenship, much to like what Mr. Bueller just said. Although this change will have an impact on the East Lawrence neighborhood, what I feel is being forgotten is the impact it could have on the rest of Lawrence. This presents a prudent and feasible opportunity right now to develop this property and show Lawrence as the forward-looking community that we all consider ourselves in front of a world looking to develop our land and economy. I agree that we must protect Lawrence's past, but not at the sake of its future. Let's also consider the case of the tangible facts in this decision. Regardless of the findings of the HRC, the 900 block of New Hampshire is simply not protected according to the guidelines of National Register of Historic Places. As far as its use is concerned, I believe the vast majority of Lawrence residents would prefer to offer themselves and visitors that go downtown a new hotel to look at rather than a vacant lot. Finally, according to the 2010 U.S. Census report, there are currently 34,319 households in Lawrence, and the city is 33.56 square miles. But the complaint that could end this project is to save an area of less than the 0.03 square miles that the North Rhode Island Street National Historic District encompasses. I strongly urge you to reconsider your previous decisions that could let such a small part of Lawrenceans' interests carry more weight than everybody else's. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm Mike Reiling. I'm an attorney in Lawrence. I have an office at 808 Mass, but
Please spell your last name, sir.
Oh,
Please.
Andy knows me, but it's R-I-L-I-N-G.
Thank you.
I am a member of the Downtown Lawrence Board of Directors, and I was drawing the short straw tonight to come down here and read a short statement that was approved by the DLI. The Downtown Lawrence, Inc. Board of Directors supports the development of a hotel on the southeast corner of 9th and New Hampshire. The board believes that adding population density is critical to the survival of downtown Lawrence. The more people living in the area, short-term or long-term, the better it will be for downtown. The hotel will bring more customers for downtown businesses, generating increased sales tax revenue for the city at large. The hotel is an important addition to downtown that will help accomplish this goal. We do, however, understand the concerns of the neighborhood and the developers regarding the height of the building, but defer to the judgment of the City Commission on that issue. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riley. Next, please.
Good evening. Kirk McClure, MC, capital C-L-U-R-E. I apologize, got a cold. My voice is a little off from its usual. I am here to speak on the narrow issue of, is there a prudent and feasible alternative? The staff has given you a variety of analyses. What they have not provided for you is a financial analysis. The most common use of the word feasible in real estate development and in planning is, does a project generate sufficient net operating income after operating expenses, to pay the debt service on the loan and cover the cash flow that will provide a competitive return to the investor's equity? All right. What that means is you've got to have the internal rate of return that meets a standard. That's what Springstead showed to you. What has not happened thus far is to give you an analysis of whether or not a project can meet that standard. And what I'm trying to demonstrate is that, in fact, it is very easy to meet that standard. I took a project, ran a simple 10-year pro forma, modeled it similar to the way Springstead did, so we wouldn't have alternative formats out there. I used construction and development assumptions from the developer, so we wouldn't have any questions about whether or not those are reasonable. And I simply looked at a smaller property. 10,000 square feet per floor, 3 floors, 30,000 square feet. That means even on that small property, we would have retention for parking. I used the same land acquisition, the same site improvements, which I couldn't find from the materials whether or not those site improvements were generated by the underground parking, which I suspect they were, but even so. I looked at a 30,000 square foot property, same land acquisition, same site development, same construction cost per square foot, same developers and developer's fee, contingency fee. Basically, I generate a $6.1 million property. That property, with the same financing terms that we've been looking at on this proposal, will generate a 10-year internal rate of return of over 12%. How do you know that 12% is a good number or a bad number? You use a threshold, as Springstead did. Now, I used, they obviously pay for Price Waterhouse. I only have access to the free one, so I used the National Association of Real Estate Investment Trusts. It's free. They said 10%. Simple point here is that this project at 30,000 square feet exceeds the threshold of 10%. I might point out a little note that I hope you got the signal from Springstead when they said general commercial was 8.3%, but when you go into specialized space like hotel, it jumps to 11.6% threshold. That's a 330 basis point jump in the threshold for payment. Why is it that big? Hotels are risky. You should make a fair amount of money. They indicated an average of 11.6. But why are they risky? You guessed it. Communities have a habit of building too many hotels. What happens when you have too many hotels? They all start underperforming. We really can't afford to make the same mistake in hotels that we've made in retail in this community. We need to be careful. Dan gave you a plea earlier. I want to reiterate, we need to know the capacity of this community to absorb new hotel space. But the point tonight is not to make a decision on the validity of the TIF. It's really, do we have a viable alternative? And in fact, what we have is a good, viable alternative. The interesting point is that it does not contain a parking garage. What is causing the feasibility problems here and the need for the public subsidy is the underground parking. $2.5 to $2.9 million is one expensive purchase by the taxpayers. If we look at a property at 30,000 square feet, in fact, it'll operate a combination retail residential. If, in fact, it has no parking requirement on site, we can go to 14,000 square feet per site, triple that at 3 stories, and in fact, the property returns a higher amount. And the reason is because the land acquisition and the site development costs are now spread over more square footage. So the point is that you cannot, in good conscience, say there is no feasible, prudent alternative. The alternative I gave you is feasible, it's prudent, in that it will meet the plans in the downtown guidelines. Thank you.
I have a question, please. I have a question, please.
Yes, sir.
In your analysis, I printed it off, I have it here.
Yeah.
In the 6th year, you show a 10%, I believe it's a 10% increase in rent revenue. Is that comparative to what Springstead does?
Yeah, yeah. We're looking at 5-year flat rate triple net leases. So I took it out of their operation.
And so the assumption then in the 6th year, you can raise those leases 10%?
Yeah. Or if it's residential, there'll be an annual adjustment. But we're looking at generally that kind of adjustment over a 10-year process.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
A couple, Kurt. When looking at this and talking about occupancy rates and whatnot, feasibility of this project, I had asked about occupancy rates in the town and whatnot, and I know that's kind of what you're getting at, as well as what's already out there and their current occupancy rates. One of the most critical things about this is going to be the flag, because it won't be comparable to local independent hotel occupancy rates. Marriott's rewards program and their reservation system and whatnot will not only capture market share, but potentially even bring people that might stay near Lawrence to Lawrence because they get their reward points. I say all that only because your comparison, when you're comparing this to another footprint that could be put on that property, as far as me, my considering whether that's feasible or not is more whether or not is there a flag that is committed to that model that would not require an underground parking, that would have that kind of reservation system pole, or is that a theoretical or hypothetical building?
This is a mixture of retail and residential. This is not necessarily a hotel.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Stanley Rasmussen, R-A-S-M-U-S-S-E-N. I live at 4701 Turnberry Drive. All right. Thank you all for being here. I wanted to point out that I submitted written testimony on this. It's in your packet, and I'm going to elaborate on that. What I want to focus in on tonight is your quasi-judicial role tonight and what you're trying to decide in this appeal. I want to encourage you to grant the appeal. There are 2 key elements that you need to focus on, and unfortunately I think Mr. McClure, Councilor Snyder, the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association letter from 25 June and other commenters have made a fatal error in their analysis of the state statute. The state statute says that you have to base your consideration on all relevant factors, that there is no feasible and prudent alternative to the proposal. You have to focus on the proposal that's before you tonight. It does not say, the statute does not say that there are no feasible or prudent alternatives. It's alternatives to the proposal. So with that, I would say that the applicant has met that statutory requirement. Focusing on the proposal, you don't look at alternatives for the property owner or alternatives for the city or alternatives for the developer. You look at the proposal that's before you. That's what the statute says. This applicant has made numerous changes, alterations, amendments, tweaks, concessions, and through that, they have been able to present a project where there is no better, no more sensible, no more realistic alternative than the proposed project before you tonight. The second part of your standard on which you have to base your decision is a reasonable man standard that says the program includes all possible planning to minimize harm. When you look at that, you look at the design and technical issues. They have taken steps to address such things, and I'm not going to get them all, but things like lighting impact, traffic and parking impacts from the property, the proposal. Let's be real clear. Traffic and parking impacts from the proposal. Noise impacts from the proposal. Water drainage, vandalism issues, the height, scale, and mass of the facility. They've proposed to reduce artificially the height of this thing. I think it's an unreasonable restriction that they've agreed to, but they've chosen to do that. And by doing all of that, they have done everything they possibly can, all possible planning to minimize harm on the surrounding community and the neighbors. Also, I think you should look at what is the relation of this project to the overall community and the community-wide plan. I can't think of a better transition from a residential to a commercial zone than having this situation where you go from a residential zone to a commercial residential structure to a strictly commercial zone in the downtown area. I think it's great. And then I think as part of that evaluation, you do look at economic issues. I was shocked by the number of comments that I read in the packet tonight, the public comments that you received, that suggested that making a profit was a bad thing. There's nothing wrong with making a profit. At least 4 of you commissioners up here are private business owners, and I would venture to say that all of you have to make a profit so that you keep your employees employed and your doors open. And Commissioner Carter, if I was to come to you for financial advice, I darn sure would expect you to give me advice that's going to make me a profit. There's nothing wrong with making a profit, and I don't think it should be demonized, and I'm shocked to see that there's so many comments demonizing making a profit. So with that tonight, I want to get you to focus on the 2 criteria that are here before you. No feasible or prudent alternative to the proposal, not just feasible or prudent alternatives. It's to the proposal. That's what the statute says. And I think the project has met its requirements to minimize all possible harm through the planning that they've gone through. So thank you for your time tonight, and thank you for your service. I'd stand for any questions.
Question? Commissioner Carter?
Actually, I guess, could I have staff comment on that interpretation?
What if we wait till the end or do you want to ask it right now?
Just.
I was going to, at the end of the public comment, I was going to ask any staff person that we want to ask a question of to come forward, and we can ask questions at a time. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions for this gentleman? Thank you.
Do I need to remain for that portion of it?
I think it's probably going to be a staff question at that
Okay,
point.
thank you.
You're welcome to if you like.
Good evening, Commissioners. Dennis Brown, President of the Lawrence Preservation Alliance, BROWN. We stand by our written testimony for this hearing that we delivered to city staff on June the 1st. And I do have to make a correction, as this is a legal proceeding. I think on that letter I had misstated it May 1st, but it was June 1st. This project proposal has changed enough during the Historic Resources Commission process as the applicant attempted to respond to concerns brought by HRC, LPA, and the neighbors. You may be able to make a finding that all possible planning to mitigate damage to the historic district has taken place. But as to the question central to this hearing, and I'll disagree with the interpretation with the previous speaker, is there a feasible and prudent alternative to this proposal? We have stated from the beginning that as the site in question is a vacant lot, it is very likely that a multitude of mixed-use projects would be possible here that would be profitable, feasible, and would pass Historic Environs review. In our written testimony, we presented 6 relevant factors for you to consider in your deliberation on this matter. And we do believe there has been other testimony presented, a lot of testimony, with relevant factors very specific to the question you are being asked to resolve. You're being asked to consider a totally different question than the HRC considered. The question for HRC was, would the project, as proposed, damage and encroach upon the listed property? And their determination was that it would. Now the next question falls to you. Given that the proposed project, if built, would damage the listed property, is there anything else or multiple things that could be built as an alternative that would meet current zoning, pass historic review, contribute to the community good, and be profitable to the property owner. If a combination of pertinent relevant factors suggests to you that there are one or more feasible likely alternatives, then you need to make that finding that there are feasible alternatives to the proposed project. You're currently being asked to support a development that itself is not feasible without public assistance. This vacant lot needs a project that generates tax revenue without public assistance. Can you really make the determination that that outcome is not possible here? Much is also being made of the extra cost generated for this project by underground parking, but I also want to emphasize the rooftop restaurant and the swimming pool, maybe not really needed at the corner of 900 New Hampshire, and certainly large cost additions to the current project. We believe that Town Peterson's 3-story study, the optional uses study provided by Ron Schneider, and Kirk McClure's study of alternatives deserves very careful consideration by this commission before you make your determination. It may be that you need to take this under advisement and spend a week, as an appellate court would do, going over all of the affidavits and relevant factors before you really make this determination, because it's so important. The process of preservation law is so important. We respectfully encourage you to diligently follow the process provided by Kansas Historic Preservation Law, regardless of any personal opinion for or against you may have regarding this project. Thank you.
Questions? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Steve Hitchcock, Hitchcock, speaking on behalf of Town Peterson. Town is a resident of 900 block of Rhode Island, but currently he's a resident of Brazil for several weeks, so he asked me to step in and present just a few of his thoughts on the issue. His take on a feasible and prudent alternative at 900 New Hampshire comes from his proximity to the project, and he provided us with 4 reasons not to approve the hotel project. Number one, the visual impact on a residential neighborhood. It doesn't show up real well, but on the left is Town's front porch and the roof line of 901 New Hampshire. One advantage, 900 New Hampshire would block Town's view of 901 New Hampshire, but I'm not sure if he considers that in the plus column. As others have noted, office space is available and retail space is available in Lawrence at this time and in danger of being perhaps overbuilt. He's not convinced that the development will produce the quality jobs that Lawrence would like to have, both in the construction and then in the retail and services sector afterward, and compatibility with the East Side creative arts style of East Lawrence as it's developed over the past few years. So those are 4 factors that he considers to be kind of mitigating against the project. An alternative that he would propose that is both feasible and prudent is grocery market oriented. Looking on the USDA site and their definition of food deserts, Town was surprised, as were several others of us, that our picture of a food desert is usually an urban area, a large urban metropolitan area, but according to the USDA, Lawrence has areas of food deserts, a low-income census tract with less than ideal accessibility to fresh produce and high-quality grocery services. Now, if you look, 9th and New Hampshire is there in a yellow star, and this would be identified there. One of the stumbling blocks of an urban lifestyle in Lawrence, where you would choose to live without a car, is your ability to take care of basic tasks such as food shopping without the use of a car. This is, a town pointed out to me an earlier proposal. He didn't have access to the later proposals of the 900 New Hampshire building. Reducing it to 3 stories and turning it into a 30,000 square foot building without the need for an underground parking garage, a surface lot in the available space on that lot is his proposal here, with a variable use of apartments, office space, and a grocery store. Now, the key, as Town pointed out, is the income from the upper stories subsidizing the cost of a grocery store, which would meet the needs of the urban core of Lawrence. And he used a residual approach. He's turned in a white paper that goes into much detail that I won't go into here. But the key numbers he saw were an overall lease rate of $10.50, his total development costs, and these were using the residual approach, using the numbers provided by the developers. And so that's the feasible nature of a grocery store project. And that's the Town Peterson proposal, and I thank you for your attention.
I have a question, please.
Yes, sir.
In his proposal, he indicates that he's using $133 per square foot building costs.
Yes.
Because that was what the cost was for a 70,000 square foot building across the street, and yet he's only going to build a 30,000 square foot building. Would that number stand up for a smaller structure as compared to a larger structure? Usually there's an economy of scale. The larger you build something, the cheaper per square foot it gets. So do you have any?
I
shed any
wouldn't
light
be
on
able
that?
to answer that specific question, sir.
Okay. I had read this, and I had a number of specific questions, and it's going to be a shame that nobody's going to be able to answer them because we've admitted into the public record. One of the other things that I note in here is that there's no provision for property tax, and so I don't know if he's talking about net leases or if he's talking about a net or triple net. It's hard to say.
Okay.
That's right.
I'll try to get him to address that. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
My name is Zach Bolick, B-O-L-I-C-K.
Excuse me.
Okay, I'm
Excuse me
sorry.
just a minute. Let's take that slide down, please. Okay, thank you. All right.
As I
Bolick.
mentioned, my name is Zach Bolick, B-O-L-I-C-K. I'm here tonight to publicly pronounce my support for this project as proposed, and do ask that you approve the appeal of the HRC this evening. Much like an earlier speaker, I don't have any money or vested interest in this project. However, I'm a homeowner, a father, a husband, and a devoted employee of a 60-year-old locally owned and operated business here in Lawrence, and I do care about the health and prosperity of the city. I understand the concerns of the neighbors and the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association as a former homeowner on the Rhode Island block, but I disagree that 900 New Hampshire will encroach upon the historic environment that's present downtown. What I do think 900 New Hampshire will do will support the local downtown merchants. I think it will bring people downtown, and I think it will provide an atmosphere of urban density, and I think this is what the city, what the heart of our city needs. I think one thing that everybody in this room can agree upon is that we don't want downtown to just survive, but we need it to thrive. We have to put the things in place that bring people downtown. It's been argued tonight and prior to tonight that downtown does not need another hotel. However, I trust that Marriott and the developers that have done their due diligence, and they are still thankfully willing to pour their investment dollars into our downtown. I have not also seen opposition from the downtown hoteliers themselves. I believe 900 New Hampshire can serve as a nice transition from downtown to the most immediate neighbors to the east, certainly more so than the empty and unsightly lot that we currently see in this downtown location. Originally proposed was a taller structure. It's clear that the development team has made changes to complement the environment. A smaller project than what's proposed this evening is not financially feasible, as stated by the city's contracted consultant, and I believe that this is clear free market evidence that there exists no feasible and prudent alternative than the proposal, which is 900 New Hampshire, as we see tonight. If there were, why haven't we seen development on this lot prior to now? If this project is done right, it can be good for the arts community immediately to the east and to the south of this project. It can be good for downtown Lawrence, and it can be good for Lawrence as a whole. In closing, I'd like to take this moment to thank you for your servitude and your leadership in our community, and for stepping up on nights like tonight and staying up late to make the right decision. I implore you again, please approve the appeal of the HRC this evening and give 900 New Hampshire the endorsement it needs to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you.
Hi, Tim Bateman, B-A-T-E-M-A-N. I live at 3013 Flint Drive. I'm here to support the appeal. I believe that no feasible and prudent alternative exists in this particular spot. One of the main things I base that on is how long that lot has been vacant. That lot has been vacant for over a decade, and if there were lots of alternatives, I figured by now somebody would have figured it out and developed that land. Also, the developer has already compromised on the height to help ameliorate the concerns of the neighbors, and I think he's done an excellent job at that. And from the city's consultants they hired, this project is already on the low edge of the financial feasibility, so I think reducing the size or the height of the building anymore is not feasible or prudent. In addition, I would like to say this, I believe this will benefit downtown greatly. Like I said, the more foot traffic and people in the downtown area, long-term or short-term, will definitely help out the community and help keep downtown vibrant. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Gary Rexroad, R-E-X-R-O-A-D, 2824 Gill Avenue. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm here today to support this project and ask for a decision to overturn the HRC determination regards to the 9th New Hampshire project. While I believe the HRC acted in good faith, I do respectfully disagree with the decision that they'd made. And I believe that this project, if it's allowed to go forward, will be a positive attribute for not just that area, but for the neighbors on both sides of that street and for Lawrence at whole. While I believe this is my position on this regards the HRC determination is to look at the transition that they've designed, the work that's gone into this transition. And I believe that to be a very good transition from residential to commercial. And in fact, it's in scope of the property's design as evidenced by the zoning. I also believe, it's my observation, that no prudent or feasible alternatives exist at this time, as evidenced by a couple of things. One, the number of years the lots remained empty and without development. The second point, the degree and the depth of discussion and compromise on all sides of this equation, I think is a good indication that the process that you have in place works, that it's helped bring this design to a state that meets both the concerns that were expressed by the neighbors, by the HRC, and also up to the edge of feasibility for the developers. The other point that suggests no other feasible options exist is that the feasibility study itself suggests that we're at a minimum in terms of what financial returns are for a property of this type. And then last, the lack of other real proposals on the table. We've heard tonight from a number of folks a lot of different ideas that are there. And some of those sound very intriguing, some of them less so. But the fact is, there's only one proposal that's been brought forward today, to date, that's funded, that's backed by developers with experience, that's backed by a hotelier such as Marriott, that's backed by an architect with a track record of success. And because of all those factors, I honestly believe that there is no feasible, prudent alternative to the proposal that they have today, but I encourage you to adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Have you signed in, sir?
Jeremy Farmer, yes. F-A-R-M-E-R, 1135 Randall Road. I just want to point out a couple of things. First of all, my family has had two homes in East Lawrence, and they sold the third one a few years ago for the better part of 50 years. And I could say certainly that the council for the neighborhood and members of the neighborhood does not certainly have a voice for everyone in the neighborhood. Many folks in that community of residents are very much for this project. And what it felt like to me was the gentleman who came up here muddied the waters and then was talking to you like you were a bunch of third graders. And it reminded me of a quote in Billy Madison that I just wanted to share. Mr. Madison, what you've said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I've ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. And that is really kind of the consensus of everybody is just up here muddling the waters, and I think we've lost sight of the facts. And what are the facts of this is that does a prudent and feasible alternative exist to this proposal? The current use of the corner, it's been vacant for a significantly long time. It's not generating any money. It's not generating any tax revenue. And as a matter of fact, many of the same folks that are upset about this project are the same folks that are upset that there are no jobs in our community. And we have a developer who lives in our community, who wants to spend money in our community, to improve the economy of our community, to create jobs for folks who don't have it in our community. As many residents are traveling out of town currently, looking for employment, buying gas in other counties, spending money for lunch and dinner in other counties. And we have a developer who wants to come here and to help solve and provide solvency for some of those issues. And I think, especially in relationship to the feasible and prudent alternative, if there will be one, or if there has been one, there should have been something that would have been brought up by this point. I think it's significant to remember that. I just wanted to speak very briefly to the USDA food deserts thing and the need for a grocery store in there, since and I kind of work in that arena. There are, East Lawrence is a food desert, and if you don't know what it basically is somebody who lives within a mile of a grocery store. But what we don't need is a store to go in that particular arena that provides access to expensive, nutritious foods. Because a lot of folks in that area are folks who are clients of ours and who certainly could not afford really expensive foods in that particular arena. So I think that, like in the 7,000 feet of retail space, I mean, there could be a little market that could go in there. A little roadside market that could go in there that could certainly fit within the scope of what the developers have proposed. And I got an email just as this were going, and I just wanted to reiterate what Mr. Schneider said, that it in fact does say that the local political subdivision involved has determined, after consideration of all relevant factors, that no feasible and prudent alternative exists to the proposed project. Developers have taken prudent and alternative actions at the request of Commissioner Carter and the rest of you to make sure this was done right. And those feasible and prudent alternatives up to this point, they've done that to make sure that from right now forward that there are no other feasible and prudent alternatives for you. We need to separate, I think, emotion from facts. And a lot of people in Lawrence have skin in the game. A lot of people in Lawrence are very passionate about this. But I go back to two things that I try to remember all the time. Number one, we don't have to see eye to eye to walk hand in hand. And number two, our competition should not be each other. Our competition should be other communities that are vying for the same jobs, vying for the same tax dollars, vying for the same developers, Johnson County would kill to have somebody come in and put in a project like this. And we're very fortunate that we have people in this community that are willing to sink money and dollars into this community to create jobs for people that don't have them. And I just wanted to close with what I closed in my email to you, that I'm not sitting in your seat, but I'm cheering you on as you make this decision. Roy Disney made a very profound quote. He said, "It's not hard to make decisions when you know what your values are." May you choose what matters tonight.
Thank you. Next, please.
Joe Flannery, FLANNERY, 1316 Raintree Place. Lawrence has known since the 1980s that if downtown is to grow, it has to be vertically. Anytime we can add infill development in the city core, it benefits the community as a whole. We need to take advantage of adding residences and services to our downtown while increasing our tax base. This is an opportunity that we should not let us pass by. I hope you support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker. Next speaker, please.
I'm Betty Alderson. It's Alderson. I currently live at 1400 Lilac Lane. Lilac Lane, like the flower. I've been sitting here wondering if I should speak to this issue or not. It's not an easy decision for any of you to have to make, and I'm not going to pass judgment on what you do or do not. Several of my questions are, being a little gray-haired more so than some of the prior speakers, we've just had one TIF project that didn't go in that area. And I'm not critical of that kind of a project, but that particular project came in, as I recall, at about the time there was a downturn in the economy. There were structures on that lot that were torn down for something that was going to happen. Well, there wasn't any money to make anything happen, and we know that our tax dollars had to pick up what didn't happen in that 10,000 block of whatever it was called project. I also know that repeatedly our city commissioners have said one of their goals is protect our core neighborhoods. This will damage the historic district on Rhode Island Street. It can't help but do that. All the mitigation possible isn't going to take away all the noise from the patio that's on the back of that development right directly across a very narrow alley, and that noise will continue and it will impact that. And I know there's sometimes we have to do things that are detrimental to some people for the greater good, but there are also times when we used to talk about the rights of minorities, and we need to be concerned about the people who are going to be taxed, because this project will need public financing, and it's going to hit the people who are the least able to pay for it under some of our current taxing laws. And that also is a consideration if there are other alternatives that could be approached. There may not be at this particular time in our economy, I don't know. But thank you for considering it. It's not easy, and I do think that there are these other things that may not fall within the jurisdiction of what you have to decide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Harris, Harris. I live at 916 Rhode Island. Directly across the street from me and through the houses, I'll see what goes on. So, you know, I understand that this is a state law guided process tonight, where HRC has already made their determination based on the interpretation of state law and state statutes. Tonight, this commission is looking at whether feasible and prudent alternatives exist. You've heard others tonight present ideas for sensible and reasonable alternatives. Obviously, development on that corner makes sense if it respects the historic district it abuts. Protection of, and in fact, you know, people are talking about economic drivers and things like that. There's a lot of city documents that can be read that show, in fact, that protection of historic properties and historic districts are recognized as economic drivers for cities. Lawrence's own 2020 report has a section on the benefits of preservation. So this isn't just we're against any development, we're wanting something that really continues to drive the city but doesn't disrupt this historic area. While we may represent 0.1% of the total size of the city, that's because historically the historic part of town was smaller. When there were, you know, 10,000 people, they didn't have as many houses as there are now, obviously. Historically, development in relation to small lot residential areas have been small service businesses used by the neighbors. I think that's one of the threads you might have seen in many of the alternative ideas that have been presented this evening. Repeated desires for a fresh food market, and not to be too crass, but something I hear people say all the time is, I wish there was some place just to get some toilet paper near downtown or in our neighborhood without having to drive across town. So something that is really needed in the area obviously would present a better alternative. And certainly other speakers have shown that there are lots of other profitable and sustainable businesses that could go in there. When you talk to the neighborhood and you talk to the neighbors, and when you talk about the people who use the services at downtown or near downtown on a regular basis, because we're just a couple blocks away, you hear very strong desires for a pharmacy, daycare center, which if the art garden moved to the north end of the lot, then the Salvation Army building could be used for a very lovely daycare. Fresh food, small business incubators, something that drives more economic development, and obviously the arts. The arts are a really big part of economic drivers in the city. I know you've seen recent reports on Final Fridays and how many outside people come to town for that one event a month, bringing money into the city. And you know, we have this historic district, this heritage district that we worked very hard to procure and not to have it go to another community in Lawrence. That's at the Carnegie Hotel, I'm sorry, hotels on the mind, the Carnegie Library. And that's just a few blocks from this lot where obviously, because of the discussion about possible archaeological site there, obviously a lot of this heritage district history happened in that area. And that's, the goal is to have the Heritage District bring tourism dollars to town. So there are so many alternatives for what can go into that space. And in fact, Commissioner Carter, earlier when you asked about flag hotels not requiring underground parking, you in fact provided even one more alternative to the proposed project for that site. So thank you very much for your service to the city and for hanging out with us and putting up with us. But obviously I hope that you find that there are prudent and feasible alternatives for the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, as we so stated, we're going to give the applicant time for rebuttal to any information presented or any statements made, after which I'll return the favor to the attorney for the property owners. Thank you.
Mayor and Commissioners, the hour's getting late. Many of my comments are summarized in the memo I just handed you, but I do believe we need to cover some ground related to some of the testimony regarding what the standard is, and other comments related to the findings that you're to make tonight or at some point. Mr. Schneider states a standard and asks for a literal reading of the statute and a standard that's impossible to meet. but a list of uses and a couple of pages of statistics are not proposals for alternatives. They're lists. They're ideas. And he said that he took issue with one thing in the staff council's report related to the standard here, and that was about a sale issue, but that doesn't seem to be an issue here. But what he didn't talk about, what he didn't take issue with, is what the staff said the standard is. This is paragraph 12 in Randall Larkin's memo. As it relates to the Commission's no feasible and prudent alternatives determination, a relevant factor is something more than a mere suggestion as to a possible alternative. A proposed alternative is only a relevant factor, which is what you're to consider, if it includes sufficient factual information that would support a conclusion that such proposed alternative is not only feasible, but prudent. Has to be both. A suggested alternative use lacking factual support is not a relevant factor. It's irrelevant and must be ignored by the Commission in making its determination. So what does make it relevant? Paragraph 13 says, a suggested alternative use constitutes a relevant factor if, in the City Commission's view, the suggestion addresses technical, design, and economic issues related to the proposed project, as well as the project's relationship to any community-wide plan. Now, so you're to determine if there's a proposal in front of you that is a feasible and prudent alternative, other than the one that's been presented by the applicant. Now, that if a suggested alternative isn't relevant, the applicant's not required to refute it. However, I think we need to get into some detail about what's been presented. There were 3 proposals submitted to you in writing. Mr. Ralston submitted a proposal that had a 9-line pro forma. It calculates that designing 34% more rooms per floor in an all-apartment building utilizing the whole lot will generate some $400,000 a year. But Mr. Ralston's proposal includes no cost for the lot, his analysis of this, no operating expenses, no outside windows in some of the first floor units in violation of city code, no building value or loan-to-value analysis, no courtyard for buffer to the historic area, no off-street parking, and loan interest at 4%. This is one that you don't have to rebut because it's not relevant, it's not credible, let alone feasible or prudent. So the next proposal is Mr. Peterson's alternative proposal. Calls for a 10,000 square foot grocery on the ground floor, 10,000 square feet of office space on the second floor, and 10,000 feet of apartments on a third floor. It calls for no parking and provides no design documentation showing a lot or building layout, delivery, off-street parking, perhaps 14 to 22 on-site parking spaces. No common area is included in the calculations of rent, which assumes that all 10,000 feet on each floor constitutes leasable space. Now, this definitely impacts when you take 25% of the leasable or proposed space out of your calculation on profit or feasibility. It skews that calculation. There's no assessment of the impact of tenant finish on office space. One of the, it practically can double the cost of a lease space in new space. There's an affidavit submitted in the materials tonight from commercial realtor Allison Moore that details that there's 115,000 square feet of office space available for lease in the downtown area. Most of this, of course, is not new, so it doesn't necessarily have a tenant finish component to it. It could if you improved it. But the fact of the matter is that there's a lot of space available for less than what it would cost for office space. Her affidavit goes on to talk about the fact that getting financing for speculative office space is difficult, if not impossible. So you need large users ready to occupy space if you're going to rent office space. That was the case at 901, where First Management was ready to lease 8,000 or 9,000 square feet. She's not aware of any users in the marketplace that are looking for 5,000 or more square feet. There's no valuation calculation to determine the loan-to-value amount, and the low debt coverage ratios aren't really market rate, 1:1, 1.1 to 1. It's usually 1.25 to 1, and that's also included in both Bill Fleming's affidavit to you and Allison Moore's. Again, there's no evidence to support a market demand or financing availability for 10,000 square feet of speculative office space. All those factors, I believe, indicate that that proposal does not address technical, design, or economic issues that are required to become a relevant factor. Third proposal is Mr. McClure's for a building similar to that proposed by Peterson, but with retail and office development, no apartments. It used a lot of the figures from the applicant's proposal, and he states as a given that his proposal is economically feasible. A conclusion of economic feasibility is not a given for this proposed office space. The proposal has no design details providing anything regarding parking, deliveries, site layout, any proposed mitigating measures. No expenses are included for apartment operations in calculating how much you're going to make on this. No building valuation calculation is provided, and no analysis of tenant finish costs and that's impact on marketability, et cetera, just like in the other one. So this proposal has significant gaps in presenting and analyzing design and technical and economic issues. Now, who's going to build 30 or 45,000 square feet of building downtown and not provide parking? The better question is, who's going to rent it? What tenant wants a place with no parking? What office wants a place with no parking? When you get into the tax issues, the taxes paid by this project support parking, that support a project. If there's no project, there's no taxes. These taxes, by the way, will go help pay for an existing TIF project across the street. The city's supporting largely now for public parking. This will provide additional support for that. Without a project, you don't have anything there in terms of supporting the payments for it. There's no taxpayer money from others that goes into this project. The taxes that are generated to pay for the TIF come out of the project, and the public's not at risk. That was in the testimony from Springstead earlier. So the role is to determine if the alternative proposals you've heard are feasible and prudent using the relevant factors. And the relevant factors are technical and design and economic issues, of which you see, and I think the testimony tonight supports, are complex and multiple. And I don't think any of these proposals you've heard tonight address any of those. This is not a rehab project that was talked about by Mr. Snyder. It's not a restoration. It's a vacant place that would be new space. Rough calculations are not relevant factors. 80% financing is not what the market is right now. It's 75%, 25% equity. All these proposals talked about 80% financing. Again, not economically feasible. So you do not have a proposal in front of you tonight that meets the relevant factors for being a feasible and prudent alternative to what's on the table tonight. We have people here who could answer questions. Mr. Fleming's here, who can answer questions about his affidavit regarding the financial calculations, market issues. Chuck Mackey is here, who can answer questions about his affidavit regarding hotel space. And Mike Trainer and Micah and I are also available to answer any questions you might have.
Complete? Any questions for the applicant? Meaning any person of the applicant team? Thank you very much. Mr. Steiner?
Thank you, Mayor Shum and Commissioners. Commissioner Dever, I fumbled around trying to find the answer to your question about when that staff memo was given, and I can give that information to you. That is a memo to David Corliss from planning staff dated June 18th, 2012, regarding the consideration for an April 24th meeting. And I have the entire memorandum. If you want that, I can submit that, but that's the date of it. And I think it is already in the record. In response to Mr. Watkins' statement, I agree with his assessment, and I want to emphasize it again, that no feasible and prudent alternatives determination must be based upon a relevant factor, which is something more than a mere suggestion as to a possible alternative. We're in agreement on that. City Council is in agreement on it. A proposed alternative is only a relevant factor if it includes sufficient factual information that would support a conclusion that such proposed alternative is not only feasible, but prudent. A suggested alternative use lacking factual support is not a relevant factor and is irrelevant. The case law in Kansas also recognized that individuals or opponents to a proposed project do not have the resources that most developers have. The case law in Kansas states specifically that the sophistication and scope and depth of such analysis should not be on the level that we have seen, for instance, from Springstead, truly accomplished professional financial consultants who have resources that it is not expected the individuals to have. I suggest to you that alternatives have been presented that are more than sufficient and are in fact relevant for your consideration. Most importantly, the case law states, and as your own counsel identified in number 6 paragraph of his memorandum, the burden of establishing that there is no feasible and prudent alternative to the proposal and that the program includes all possible planning to minimize harm to such historic property resulting from said use is borne by the proponent of the project. It's borne by the applicants here. The only effort that we have that's on part of the record, not on part of the record, but is part of the record, is in fact the Springstead evaluation of a 3-story building, as I understand it, that is composed of apartments and 1 floor of retail. There is not an as I stated earlier, it does not address the alternatives that have been placed upon the proponent to show that a smaller project, more so a project with no parking, underground garage, and alternative uses, is feasible and prudent. I don't think they have met their burden. I know you have a rough job here. I know this is a project that many of you like. I know this is a project that we've heard some friends of mine support, people that we generally agree upon on most things. I remind you, though, you have a very specific, limited task here. It's a task and a result you may not like, but you are bound by law to consider, 1, is there a feasible and prudent alternative to the project? Now, there has been a suggestion by a gentleman, and I regret I forget his name. I know he's been on the Planning Commission, and he's a well-studied person of zoning uses. There's a suggestion by him that you should only look for alternatives, feasible and prudent alternatives to the project as presented for a hotel. It's my understanding he is suggesting and arguing that the case law says you only and must look at the hotel, at the project as a hotel, and are there any feasible and prudent alternatives for development of a hotel. If you look at the case law, and there are 3 or 4 cases, and they've been identified by legal counsel for the city, that's not what it says. It's alternatives to the proposal. If you've looked at it otherwise, someone can come up with a project. It could be determined to be adverse and harmful to the historic properties, but given the project that they want to do, the single project that they want to do, there would be no other alternatives, so it must be approved. So logically, it just doesn't work. This is a classic example where that kind of analysis of feasible and prudent doesn't work, because there's got to be according to the hotel owners, the name of the hotel, they want underground parking, they want off-street parking, they are determining the size of the units, they are determining the number of the units, and they are determining the size of the lobby. So for them, there's no other alternatives. They have no feasible, prudent alternatives except to do some attention to the outside and cutting some things down. I believe that you have a challenge in front of you. I know it won't be easy, but I believe that the law says, under the circumstances, it just isn't reasonable to conclude there are no feasible and prudent alternatives other than this hotel is presented. And I think the evidence has been presented, and I think the applicant has not met their burden. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Schneider, in the information that you provided for us, that it pertains to the law, and it says that there is no feasible and prudent alternative to the proposal, and that the program includes all possible planning to minimize harm. And then on another sheet of paper that you provided to us, it talks about the program means the proposed project, and this is as defined by Allen Realty Incorporated versus City of Lawrence.
The first document you read was the statute itself, wasn't it? Yes.
Right. But this piece of paper here, you provide, the case law you provided to us talks about the program, and the program and the proposal, aren't they one and the same?
They're essentially one and the same, yeah. I don't know why the statute was drafted that way, but the Allen case clarifies, and subsequent cases clarify it. So they're saying, if you find that there are no feasible and prudent alternatives to the proposed project, you must find that the proposed project or program considers all possible opportunities to minimize harm.
Okay.
So in this situation, if you were to find that there are no feasible and prudent alternatives to the hotel project, you must then determine, number two, that all possible planning has been considered to minimize and reduce harm to the historic properties or the historic neighborhood. Does that make sense, Mr. Emmons?
It does, thank you.
Other questions?
Thank you very much.
Would any of the commissioners like to ask our legal counsel any questions or clarifications from what we've heard tonight?
I would. Couple of...
Wait a minute. Is this for our legal counsel? Or is this? Let's wait till he gets up here.
Speak in the mic.
Mine is turned down pretty low. I'm in it.
We don't have very good audio visual.
Yeah, we have a low budget.
Challenge. Okay.
Put it in the TIF.
You could weigh in. If you could weigh in on that question of alternatives to the proposal or all alternatives. Mr. Rasmussen's point earlier tonight.
Yes, I understand what he said after Mr. Schneider kind of explained it in his. A proposed alternative can only be considered by you if it's a relevant factor. So if a proposal it has sufficient support, factual support, that could establish that it could go on that property, then it's a relevant factor that could be considered. And then you can consider and weigh the options at that point. So it's not limited to the proposed hotel per se. There could be other uses that might fit under the zoning category, for example, but those are open for consideration.
Okay. I've actually got three.
Let's keep going on this question.
Yeah.
I'll let you go next, and I've got it.
So the narrow interpretation by Mr. Rasmussen isn't necessarily wrong. It's just, it can be a wider
It can
interpretation.
be wider than that, right? I didn't want to.
It's not narrowing our scope, as he inferred, but it could be one way to evaluate the proposal, which is what he did state, that it may be incorrect for us to consider other, but, because I wrote some of that down, and make sure I understand that.
Right, and I think the case law backs it up. There's some there's no case law exactly on that point,
Right.
but there are a couple cases that talk about a suggested alternative use, which suggests that they're talking about other things other than, you know, a specific hotel or a specific grocery store or a specific whatever. So-
It could be, sorry, but is there any specific case law that narrows, that defines or narrows this question in such a way that it would be wrong for us to interpret this definition using that interpretation?
There's nothing that narrows it down as to that degree, no.
I think I got that answer, I'm not sure. You go ahead. I think about that.
In your initial explanation, you used your hands as like a weighing scale. You said, yes, if one of the proposals met the test of the information that's required, in other words, it looks like a valid alternative, a business model or a business opportunity that could be viable, then you could weigh it one against the other. So we have the right to deliberate, to prefer, based on our judgment, which model would be the most appropriate.
Right. You have to consider all the relevant factors. Okay. And based upon the credible evidence that's presented here, you can make a decision as to whether or not there is any feasible or prudent alternative and whether all planning has been done to mitigate the harm. Yes. That's your job, sitting in the equation, a judicial function, is to look at the evidence and then apply the law to it and make a decision.
Right. Because there's been a lot of testimony tonight as to what we should consider and what we shouldn't consider. And in this case, you consider this case, you consider something else. So I just wanted to clarify that we have those options. Commissioner?
Yeah, and maybe asking the same thing again yet another way, but just want to, Mr. Schneider had early in his presentation mentioned how very obvious it would be that there are alternatives, prudent, feasible alternatives. But my understanding from what I've read is that we actually need to be presented with what we deem to be a prudent, feasible alternative. That means could be funded. It means all the factors there. It's not, in other words, it's what's presented to us, not what's on the approved list of uses or imagined. We need to actually be presented with a prudent, feasible alternative, no?
Correct, and I think the Allen Realty case answers that question. A relevant factor is something more than a mere suggestion as to a possible alternative. So it can't be something theoretical. It has to be something that has some evidence to support it.
Okay. And then one last one, unless there's follow-up on that one. In your, I'm trying to remember what the number is here, but in the, what you gave us earlier here, when it does not involve the destruction of historic property, it says in quotes that the courts do not construe the, quote, no feasible and prudent alternative as tightly. Can you help elaborate on what not construing it as tightly actually means?
This statute, I think, was originally written, and it was aimed at historic properties that were going to be demolished.
Right.
So the no feasible and prudent standard makes sense to some degree when you talk about the demolition of a structure. We have a historic property. Is there anything else that we can do to save this property? Well, it's kind of been expanded, or it may have always been intended this way, but in this type of situation. In that case, that was the Ryder case out of the city of Beloit, and you had a historic structure, and it bordered Main Street in Beloit, and there was a vacant lot next to it on the main street, and Casey's General Store came in to put in property. And eventually that was approved, and that language comes from that case. And, I don't know exactly the details, I don't know the arguments that were made, but the court said in determining whether or not there was any feasible or prudent alternative to the Casey's General Store, because it did not involve destruction to the property, they weren't going to construe it as narrowly or read that so tightly. And
That's a big deal.
Other questions?
Yep. Here. So Randy, as we begin our deliberations and I look at the stack of paper that we have in front of us, the question that I would have is when it talks about, taking the hard look at all the relevant factors, okay, based on comment or question Commissioner Carter just asked about we were to take all the information from the public hearing tonight and make a determination of whether or not a feasible and prudent alternative does in fact exist after all the comment that we've received. Should we make that decision first, or should we list all the relevant factors as we see them at this point, have that hard look at what we consider to be all the relevant factors? What's the order, what's the process here, I guess, is where we go?
Consider the evidence, determine what you believe is a relevant factor. It might be, what's relevant, the relevant factors, and then from those relevant factors, a weighing of the evidence, like I said, to determine and take a good hard look at it. And I think really this may go to what Commissioner Carter was talking about, was, when they don't look at it so tightly, what they're really talking about is they want the City Commission to take a look at the evidence and make a decision based on that evidence. And that's what they mean by a good hard look. And that's probably what they mean by not construing it so tightly, is they want the common sense to rule.
Okay. Other questions?
Yeah, and I think before I let you go, part of what I'm having trouble with is when you apply, people like to throw around reasonable and prudent alternative and cite it out of content, but removing the modifier of the project or the program from the language changes it 100% in my book, because basically removing that word project from the use, which happened a lot tonight and happens a lot when I talk to people, we're not talking about demolishing a historical structure, and I think that's kind of what I was reading into the case law that I read, was they're talking about projects of a magnitude of either demolishing or adding on to or altering a historic structure, a project or a program, and less about building in an area that might be relative or related to the historical environs. So for me, trying to figure out what the project means, what does it mean? Any possible project? Does it mean any alternative hotel? Does it mean any alternative commercial land use? For me, this is what's difficult, because I thought the language was targeted towards the act of altering a historic project or property and the act of impacting that historical structure. And now we're applying it to a vacant piece of land and its ability to render any project a reality. And I'm having a hard time understanding how you can narrowly or broadly interpret that.
The project that appears in the statute, what they're talking about is the proposed project. And then whether or not there's a feasible or prudent alternative to that project is what you are deciding. So
But the project is oftentimes an existing structure that is alternative to fixing up an old house, an alternative to tearing down a building.
An addition into a historical,
Yeah.
excuse me.
So that's what I'm trying to wrap my arms around, because you can throw all sorts of projects at us, but the question is there a case law that helps this narrow us down? Because I couldn't find anything that makes the term project relevant to this case and this situation.
There is the case involving the Casey General Store. That's the only one that's similar to this. The other ones involve either demolition of the church down here on 11th in New Hampshire. There was the case at Bethany Place in Topeka that had to do with maybe taking a little bit of the property and adding a parking lot, which may be relevant to this, maybe not. But for the purposes of what we're doing here tonight, how, in our opinion, how we define that statute is the project is what's being proposed by the proponent, and the City Commission has to determine whether or not there's any feasible, prudent alternative to that project, whether it has been planned to minimize harm to the protected neighborhood.
Any other questions? Thank you. I've got a question for the planning director. Can you cite the number of plans or documents that recognize some kind of density or some kind of project that ought to be or is recommended to be taking place at this corner? Start with the
Well,
Horizon 2020. Is there anything?
There's Horizon 2020. Mayor, the one we think is appropriate and relevant in this case was outlined in your staff report. Let me find it, if I can. The Downtown Urban Design Concept Plan, which has been incorporated into the Downtown Design Guidelines, which essentially speaks to how we transition from the commercial district to the flanking residential district. But certainly Horizon 2020 speaks to downtown as the entertainment and historic core of the city as well. I mean, a commercial core of the city.
Okay, and then, if my memory serves me correctly, which doesn't do as well as it used to do, but that project originally was, I think, called Project 2000.
Mhm.
And so it started earlier than that. It started probably a couple years ahead of that. And was that land vacant for that length of period of time prior to 2000, or is it about 2000? Do you know
To
that?
answer that question, yeah, I looked into it, and the site's been vacant for almost 30 years, either as a parking lot. There's been a structure on the property. It was a historical gas station on the northeastern part of that parcel. But generally speaking, it's been a parking lot since at least 1981. For the majority of the property's been a parking lot or in that small structure to the northeast. And then it was cleared in like 99 based on aerial photography that I looked at.
Okay. So it's been without a use
More than
since
10 years,
99?
yes, from what I can tell.
And prior to that, it had a minimal use?
Minimal is mostly 75% parking lot.
Good.
There was a parking lot to the north side of where the Arts Center stands. There was a house that was just to the north of it, and then the gas station. Then there was the parking lot, the larger parking lot that was built.
Between.
There was a larger parking lot that was built north of where the smaller parking lot was next to the Arts Center, as they expanded that. So yeah, there's a lot of vacant through there.
Okay, any other questions for any member staff? Okay. Start the deliberation here. So first of all, we've got to decide what are the relevant factors in this case. And I will start out by saying that the questions I just asked the staff ought to be considered as relevant factors. Number one, that there's planning and documentation that indicates there ought to be something substantial at this location, and it ought to be a transitioning kind of option for downtown into the neighborhoods. So I think we have at least two planning documents that we've cited, that were cited in terms of being a relevant factor. The next relevant factor I would suggest is the other question I just asked about how long it's been vacant. And it's been vacant for, according to Commissioner Dever, since '99, and then had a minimal use prior to that for several years. So I think that is also a relevant factor. So I'd ask that you consider those two statements as the beginning of generating the relative factor list. I'd be open to any other suggestions you might have.
Well, I'm had a couple on here that zoning slash uses of nearby properties. I understand it's transitional from the neighborhood to the left, but you know, across the street with 901, I mean, up and down New Hampshire, this is certainly a compatible use with downtown zoning. The detriment to nearby property, Hearing those arguments, I guess I'm looking at some other detriments to some of the proposals. I see the underground parking, given that the zoning is there for this type of project, we look at this particular project and the traffic and other issues that are dealt with underground parking, I think are do a lot to offset that detriment to the nearby properties. I mean, if it was office use or a hotel built without a parking lot, I don't even know if I could support that, but downtown. All right, I'm just gonna talk to you. I don't need the mic.
Right in your eyes.
This mic is not cutting it. What else was the other? Staff recommendation was one of the relevant factors as well. I'll take that into account. Is there a gain to the public by denying this? This is another one that stood out to me, and I'm not seeing that at this point. The public at large. I mean,
You're not saying that, or you are saying that?
I'm not seeing a gain to the public overall,
denying it.
Lawrence, by denying
Oh,
this.
okay.
Yes.
Good.
Those are the others I'd add to that list.
Can I ask a question of probably your first statement there?
Yes.
Relative to the parking. There's been issue this evening that says the parking adds cost to the structure, therefore the structure is, the cost of the structure is so large that it must be a larger structure to support the economics of it. But if you don't have, I guess a relevant factor in my mind is the fact that if you don't have supporting parking in a number of these new facilities, you're going to overburden the parking system at some point in the future in terms of how much parking is available. So while it does increase the cost of the overall structure, it's parking that's needed in order to support this development. So it's kind of a circular argument. So I really do believe the fact that this project is going to add parking to the system. It's adding spaces that are going to get used as opposed to something on the street or even something on Rhode Island Street if a project were to come to fruition. So I think that the very fact that there is parking included in the project is a relevant factor in terms of supporting the overall downtown and the project. So, I mean, I know we've kind of heard the negative of that, but I believe that it's very important to consider. I know you started on the parking, and I didn't quite.
Well, you, Claire, said it better. I was struggling with it. What I was trying to say is really exactly that as far as a detriment to nearby properties, because this parking has been dealt with underground, it really mitigates the issues. I'm not sure I'd really be supportive of a significant development there, even though the plans call for it, if it didn't have its own parking, just as you just said, actually. I mean, I don't want to exacerbate the problem with parking downtown.
Because the speakers, I don't know which one stated it, but it's true. This zoned lot does not require any off-street parking. And that's the way a lot of downtown is zoned. But if you overburden what's already there, then you create a negative to it. So I look at the underground parking as a positive.
Right.
A relevant factor to be considered in this case. Gary?
We're talking about relevant factors between, as we compare the project that we have in front of us to any feasible and prudent alternatives that we judge. That is the extent of the relevant factors that we're discussing here, right? Yes. Okay, yes, parking is obviously a relevant factor. The alternatives that we have don't address the parking needs that we have downtown, and so that is a critical relevant factor. I mean, other relevant factors, when we compare these other alternatives to the ones that we have, include, the ability of, downtown to accommodate what in some cases here is 40,000 square feet of additional office space right now. It's just, I don't know that the capability is there. I haven't seen any evidence of that. In fact, we've received some evidence that would suggest that we can't. So I think that is a relevant factor. When we look at the possibilities of a grocery store, that further gets at the parking issue. And you know, no matter what, we're talking about hundreds of people in all of these proposals, these alternative proposals. We have at least 100 additional people downtown without adequate parking. It's not going to work. There's no way that you could possibly want to lease a space without adequate parking. You can't be at a grocery store. We've had this issue numerous times now when we've looked at grocery stores in downtown locations. There is not enough parking. You have to have a considerable amount of parking to handle a grocery store. Although grocery stores, you know, a good idea. I don't know that we've had any grocery stores who are chomping at the bit to come downtown. We've asked numerous times. We've encouraged, and in fact, I've looked at a report before that suggests that this is not a good place for a grocery store. So some of these things I think are really, I appreciate the efforts for the couple of folks that have gone through to present to us some alternatives to what we have. With the extent of all we've heard and all of the public input on this particular issue, there's only a couple of alternatives that have come forward with any level of detail that I think that we can expect to consider. And those are the handful that we have here, and that's it. You know, the fact that it has sat for so long, you know, I don't know that there's a lot of additional relevant factors other than looking at comparing the economic analysis that we had prepared for us by professionals to the, you know, for the particular site at 3 stories versus the 4 plus that we had you know, that they did the comparison. So there's a relevant, that document, I guess do we have to state that's a relevant factor?
Yes.
I mean, we really have to state all of these various,
Yes.
everything
Yes.
that's,
Yes.
everything that's in the staff report is a relevant factor. I don't, you know, these.
Well, they're possible factors. I mean, they're just possible factors. One of the questions that I could have, if I could jump in here, Mayor, is do the economic issues and the public incentives of and comparing those the project that we have before us versus Mr. Peterson's project that did not have a public incentive requirement to it, is that a relevant factor? Does that make that project as an alternative, or at least feasible alternative?
Well,
Just, and that's a question,
Yeah.
if that's something that we need to take that hard look at.
Can I interrupt? I would propose that I would throw out Mr. Peterson's proposal on the basis that there's information that was thrown at us and utilized, but yet Mr. Peterson was unavailable to comment on the veracity of those claims in order to provide anyone in his stead who is capable of providing us any technical details on this alternate proposal, and in fact left out what I believe is very important details about the financial capability of this project to survive. On the surface, it looks great. When you dig down to the details, which I had many questions, and I wasn't able to ask the author of this proposal, and therefore I cannot consider it relevant because I couldn't get my questions answered, and not to mention, but I wasn't able to meet the author of this document.
Okay. And then one other one, if I could. The recommendation of the HRC and the decision that they made, is that a relevant factor here and to be considered as such?
I think it's relevant if you have a concern with how they reached that issue, how they reached their conclusion. I read through the minutes of the meeting, and I think they gave it a pretty good hearing, and they probably did a pretty good job of adhering to the state law requirements. And I don't think that that's a relevant factor. I think that decision stands as how they voted it. And so I think it's only in the reverse. If we found that there was grave error in the way they determined that, then we could use that as a relevant factor to overturn or to allow for the appeal.
No, and I believe that they use the standards of which they have to use in making a decision on what, on the environs and that question. No, that's not a question at all. My question has to do with, is a relevant factor need to be included and discussion happen, and as we're doing right now, on the decision and recommendation decision that they made on this project, and whether it needs to be included as part of the debate that we have.
In some cases, the decision by the HRC could be a relevant factor. I agree with the mayor that in this case, in my opinion, it's probably not. In the case where it was involved, there was some question regarding, I think it was actually the State Historic Preservation Officer in that case, and what they may have applied the wrong standards. So there was some discussion of that during the case, and they said, well, possibly the reasonings or the lack of reasoning of the State Historic Preservation Officer may be a relevant factor. In my opinion, in this situation, that may not be the case.
Okay, thank you. Let me go back to one thing here that's kind of the center part of this whole discussion tonight, and that was that we were presented with 3 alternatives. And I agree with you, Commissioner Dever, that the first one, I read through it, and I probably have 10 questions. And in that also, to me, there's a flavor of social engineering going on where you charge higher rents for the top 2 floors and then subsidize a grocery store. That's presupposing you can get higher rents. That's presupposing you can even rent the office space. And it's presupposing you'd still get a grocery store. So if you call that a feasible and prudent alternative, it's pretty far out there for me to grasp on and say, yeah, that's a real deal. We ought to go with that. Likewise, the other two sheets of generated numbers, yeah, they all, I can show you how a restaurant will make a lot of money. I can do it in about 10 minutes. I don't know that I'm going to find an investor, and I don't know that it's going to make money, but I can write it down on a piece of paper. And is that a viable alternative? Is that something that you hang your hat on at the end of the day? I don't know. Now, the only thing then, when you couple that with the fact that it's been vacant for the number of years it has, if one of those alternatives would have been that good, where you can make 10, 12, 15%, someone would have been in there and doing it. I mean, the Moores are in the development business. They didn't sit on that land. In fact, I think they paid a sizable service charge to the city because they didn't get it developed in time.
Right.
So I've got to believe that it was not, these things are not reasonable alternatives to the question tonight. I mean, if it were, it would have been done. Or you'd have a bunch of people down here saying, here, I've got a checkbook. I want to write the check. I want to do it. I don't see that. I see some papers with some ideas on them, but there again, according to staff memo, we can just disregard that if indeed we don't believe that they are reasonable and prudent alternatives. I think the applicant did a good job with debating and dismissing those as reasonable alternatives. So that's kind of central for me in this whole discussion tonight. Is there really someone out there that's going to write a check and take a project and make it something? I don't see them. I just don't see them.
Yeah. I think one question we didn't address in this, and probably needs to since Mr. Schneider brought it up, was the question related to the request from counsel on behalf of his clients to the owner of record of the property, I think it's 910 LC Corporation, and in the letter he simply asks what the price would be to buy it. And in my estimation in real estate transactions, I do not believe that if a sincere effort was being put forth to purchase that property, that the negotiations would start with, tell me how much you want to pay, when you know legally, as a lawyer, the project is under contract, and it would be a violation of contract law to be negotiating, on this matter. And furthermore, if you're interested in buying the property, you should make an offer. And frankly, I don't see any dollars mentioned in this offer. And if this was a sincere effort to acquire this property, which is something we need to consider, I do not believe that that was made clear. So if we want to talk about the opportunity to buy this and hold it as vacant land, I believe it's important that all of us understand that that question is to the ability for an alternate purchaser to come forward. I don't think that was used in my book.
Furthermore, the statement said, the response from the 910 LC was it's under contract.
Right.
So he can't sell it.
Correct.
I mean, he would have to go to whoever has the contract out, which I presume is the development.
Correct.
And offer to buy it there.
That would be the next logical step. So
So
that's why I want to make sure
I don't
that,
see that as a viable offer either, or,
and that was important for me, because I think that's been something that's been thrown out, is the no-build option, which is always an option, and what happens next. So I want to make sure that was brought forth in the record.
very good. And I think we could include that as a relevant factor, that it's under contract, there's not a option available to purchase it.
And maybe we can inquire as to whether or not there's been any inquiries to the current contract holder as to what it would take to buy that from them.
More than 650.
This is going up.
America.
Are there other relevant factors to,
I guess I'd wonder, is it a relevant factor, getting the answer that we got there when it does not involve the destruction of historic property? The courts don't construe that no feasible and prudent alternative as tightly. I think that's relevant. I mean, it's relevant to my thinking. But I don't know if that's, it's not described clearly enough to whether or not it should be a relevant factor that we use.
I just want to ask Randy a question while we're thinking about it. It came to my mind, and I just want to make sure I'm...
let's have him comment on
Who him?
Commissioner Carter's.
Yes, please.
Randy, will you comment on Commissioner Carter's last statement, please? And you repeat that, please.
Could you repeat that?
You bet. I'm wondering if it's appropriate to be a relevant factor, the fact that the statement that when it does not involve destruction of historic property, courts do not construe the no feasible and prudent alternative as tightly.
That's more of a statement of law. So that would be, I don't know if that's a relevant factor. It's not really evidence in this case from which you can make your determination. It's more of law that would guide the decision that's being made.
It's more a fact that it's not destroying historic property.
Right,
That's
that
the
is a fact, right. That would be a relevant factor, that this is a project within the environs of a historic district as opposed to demolition of a historic building or something.
Okay.
And may I...
Listed as a relevant factor then.
Okay. May I, Mayor, may I ask him a question? Something that came to my mind in the event that I considered one of the alternative proposals a feasible and prudent one, would I also need to be considering what information they provided to me as to the all possible planning aspect of our decision to be made? So, in other words, is it a two-pronged process in my mind as an adjudicator? One would be to determine that there is a feasible and prudent alternative, but if, in order for me to consider that, do I need to also consider, is that feasible and prudent alternative also address the question as to all possible planning? In other words, did they provide me drawings of what the back wall of that building is going to look like, and how it's going to impact the neighborhood, and what kind of construction methodologies are they going to provide to do all possible planning to minimize harm?
Are you talking about a proposed alternative use that's been
Yes, sir.
presented? I believe that if it's shown by anybody that a alternative use is a relevant factor and that is feasible and prudent, since the developer or the proponent of the project has to show both prongs once there is a feasible and prudent use, or there is another, then that pretty much ends all analysis, and they don't really have to go any further, I don't believe.
Well, the question presupposes that if I find a feasible and prudent alternative provided to me this evening, option A, B, C, D, or some other option.
Excuse me, do you? Or is this a hypothetical that's?
No, I need to know because even if one of us was to find that it needs to be discussed, because the next prong is, has all possible planning been done in order to minimize the impact? And the question is, does that come forward after, if we were to find a feasible and prudent alternative, do we then also have to evaluate that against the second prong, or would we have to wait to that alternative be sent to and evaluated by Historical Resources Commission and then have its own merit and basis?
Assuming that the feasible or prudent alternative was going to actually be built. I mean, that the whole purpose is to determine whether or not this project, which was determined by the HRC to damage or encroach upon the environs of the historic district, your review is whether or not, based on the relevant factors, there is no feasible and prudent alternative to the project that the HRC has determined would damage the neighborhood. If there is a feasible and prudent alternative, and that's what you find, then that's pretty much it. I mean,
Okay.
That's it.
Excuse me for just a minute, please.
So your question was, it doesn't matter if we don't find one?
If none of the alternatives that have been presented to us, if we don't deem that any of those are feasible or prudent, then I don't know that we need to worry about what the next step.
Well, we wouldn't know.
Maybe we need to tackle that and then move from there.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Right. Are there any other, I think the way we'll do this is, if there's any other relevant factors that we should list here, I've been trying to keep a list of them, then we need to have them now. I don't think there are. It doesn't sound like, it sounds like everyone has everything on the table. And I think we ought to decide, first of all, like you were just talking about, is there a reasonable and prudent alternative? And then we can talk about, has all the planning been done to mitigate any kind of negative situation regarding the project? Is that how you'd like to go?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay, so are there any other factors to consider? The ones I've written down, I might have missed one or two, but the first one is that there are plans. The downtown urban design guidelines is a plan that is a relevant factor. Horizon 2020 with designating an entertainment and commercial core in downtown Lawrence. Another factor is we're not destroying historic property with our action. It's been vacant for 30 years, or it's been vacant since '99, and it has a minimal use for 30 years. Underground parking is a merit to the potential development. The zoning is compatible. There's a compatible use up and down the street. There's a staff recommendation that is in favor of moving forward. There's a gain to we talked about a gain to the public. The gain to the public I see is that it enhances downtown and it provides for jobs. I mean, we talked about that tonight a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, that's all the ones I've written down. I don't know if there's any others or not.
There were others, I think, that were brought up, and I think we've entered those into the record. So that's what they're here for. I don't know if a relevant factor is the other proposals that we have with numbers or not. I guess that's the relevant factors are those that we are considering those against or not.
That's right. We talked about that, the fact that there's a relevant factor in that we don't, I mean, I said, I don't know if you agree, but that I didn't think they were a viable alternative at this point, because they're just ideas on paper. They're not really, they didn't have enough substance.
It did say that if we determine those options to be feasible and prudent, then they're a relevant factor. If we don't determine any of those three we talked about to be a feasible, prudent alternative, then they're not a relevant factor. No.
So do we need to go on record as to state that? Is that what you were getting at?
I think that we go on record as saying it's a relevant factor that we have received these three alternatives and only these three alternatives at this time, and it's been vacant for a very long period of time. And then we weigh our relevant factors, and we, when I'm weighing the relevant factors that we've identified thus far, and I think included in them has to be some sort of, and I think we've talked a little bit about the economics when we're looking at the numbers of the alternatives versus the numbers of the applicant's project, the confidence in the numbers working of the alternatives, I don't have the level of confidence in that working. I think that is a relevant factor. And I think we enumerated some reasons for that. I'm at this point, I think, willing to say that based on the relevant factors that we've identified and that applying those to the alternatives that we've been given, I don't find an alternative that is reasonable and prudent.
A motion.
Yes, sir.
City manager signaling.
Yeah, wait a minute.
Procedure.
I want to have Randy come up and guide a little bit on the motion, because I think what he's going to advise you to do is to conclude your deliberations and then direct staff to prepare certain findings for your ultimate adoption. I want him to speak to that.
Right, there are,
Point in your discussion.
and I just want to remind the city commission there's two findings or two conclusions. One is regarding the feasible and prudent, and the other one is whether all planning programs have been done to minimize harm. And then after you've voted or taken your vote, then we would like you to direct staff to prepare findings of fact and conclusions of law based upon your findings here tonight.
Can we take two motions, or two?
For ultimate review and adoption by the...
Right. So there'll be two on the conclusions and then one to direct staff to prepare findings of fact for your approval later.
So we can vote for the reasonable and prudent alternative, and then we can vote on the planning. All planning's been taken care of that addresses.
You could do that in one. You could do that together, and then there's separate motion in order to do the other one. So
Well, yeah, and I don't think we discussed or put on the record the reasons why we believe all possible planning to minimize the impact we've discussed. So we should probably move that.
right, you can do it all together.
All right, let's talk about the planning aspect of it. Well, let me just start out, because I was involved in this quite a bit. I think we accept the applicant's presentation tonight in terms of the process of what it's gone through, and to acknowledge the tremendous amount of change that's taken place, and that's been to accommodate and make a better project available to the adjacent neighborhood, and including taking off an entire floor in a meeting I was at. So I think just this document here demonstrates a substantial amount of mitigation in terms of the impact of the building project on the neighborhood. And so things like moving the higher part of the building from the interior of the block to the intersection. There's a space between the Art Center and the south wall of the project. There's a pullback from the alley on the building at certain points. There's a courtyard there. There's a stepping down of the building as it proceeds from the west to the east, and you know, just as they've examined and including the parking that's contained in the building, so it doesn't impact the neighborhood as well. The soundproofing and the sound consideration for the mechanical rooms and the air conditioning systems. That to me says they've done extraordinary amount of work to protect the environment and the people around it.
I guess, looking at it, we have, I think, in front of us, a project that's been drastically improved from the original iterations that came before us. And the reasons, a lot of the reasons for those improvements are efforts to minimize the impact to the historical neighborhood around the property. We're now at the alley there. We're pretty close to half the height that it started out originally. That's an example. The historical features or design features of the building are vastly improved, and we have a much more a project which blends in much better with the aesthetic of our downtown, I believe, and I think that is very important in minimizing the impact to the neighborhood. The size reductions obviously are very critical, but also I think the design elements too. Now I believe that that the HRC, the neighborhood groups, the neighbors, the developer, architect, everybody working together on this is what's led to this. When I look at this, I don't see, I really do believe that the potential harm to the neighborhood has been minimized by all that work, and I appreciate all that work that's been done by all those people, including our staff too.
Anybody else?
Do you want to, I would say, I think you all more than covered it there and I appreciate the applicant even recognizing early on that, this process has made it a better project. It has been a long time coming, but it's been made a better project for everyone concerned. And it's good to hear that acknowledgement. That said, I don't know, I'm ready to make a motion unless you want to weigh in.
Just a couple things real quick, and for the public, I want everybody to understand that my connection to this property has been something that has been very tough for me. My grandparents owned the house at 917 Rhode Island, and the thing that's happened is that for quite a few weeks now, I think I have been taught and given an understanding of law that says what my role is in this particular matter, and that the determination that I have to make is based on the consideration of all relevant factors, and that I'm to make a determination that there is no feasible and prudent alternative that exists to the proposal, and that the program includes all possible planning to minimize harm. You've heard that several times tonight. And I want to thank our legal staff and our staff and all the work and all the information that they provided. I want to thank the developer for all the work that they've put into the proposal. Mr. Schneider, and to the neighbors, I want to thank everybody for all the assistance that they've given me, because it is a tough decision. As I said, I've sat on the back porch of 917 Rhode Island quite a few times in my life. Talking to my grandmother and this tough deal, I got to tell you. But that is not my decision here tonight. My decision here is something totally different. I sit here and I look and I admire the amount of work of people that volunteer to serve on the HRC and other committees and to do a lot of the work for us, and they make good decisions. They make great decisions based on what they have to make decisions on, and they did a very good job. I look at my business downtown. I can look out the back door, and there is this site. I mean, I'd probably hit it with a rock if I could throw it far enough. But here again, it's a personal thing to me. But, you know, my job is not to just walk in and make a decision that I would concur or believe that HRC did right. My job is to make sure that there is no feasible and prudent alternatives that exist. The only thing that I could think of this morning, guys, was a miniature golf course on that site, and I was trying to figure out how I could do the deal. But that didn't happen. You got really lucky that I didn't. But no, that wasn't going to happen. So I believe that as hard as it is for me to think that, you know, that there's something else, I believe that the applicant has probably done the job and that I can support this project. Like I said, it would be easy for me to say that there's probably other things that we can consider, but based on the information that I have before me, that I truly believe that there's not a feasible and prudent alternative, and the best possible planning has been done to minimize harm to the historic property. So I will be supporting this project.
And I think it's one thing we need to talk about about all possible planning. One thing that came to mind is the mitigation efforts that's going to be put forth by the developer as proposed to help protect and restore the Social Service League building. I mean, that's something that should not be overlooked as a part of this, because we're talking about building for the future, but preserving our past. And I think a project like this has to do both. Otherwise, it won't pass my muster, let alone some of the factors we have to consider here this evening. If for no other reason but the planning and the iterations and the process and the meetings and the mitigation that have occurred as a part of this project, if this isn't an example of all possible planning, I don't know what is. I can't remember a project where we've seen literally a half dozen iterations of the same project. And it's gotten better every time, and it's gotten better for the community every time, not for the developers and not necessarily for all the neighbors, but it's gotten better for both as we move forward. And for me, that's what all possible planning demonstrates. And so the key for me in this comment is that we're protecting one of the oldest ongoing businesses in our community, which is in a commercial zone, and abutting this property and helping preserve that future. And I think if HRC doesn't recognize that, or historical planning doesn't recognize that factor, I think we would be remiss. So I wanted to put that on record, just saying that for me, that's an example of the planning efforts that have been taking place in this process.
Very good. You?
Mayor, I'd move that we make a determination that the program includes all possible planning to minimize harm to the listed properties.
And?
I was just going to go with that one first, the planning.
Well, first we have to do one, I think, right?
Well, we've got two.
We got to make
This
a
is the-
determination that
Right now, so.
What's the preferred procedure?
Yes, I think since you've discussed both of them, do them both both findings in one motion, and then do a separate motion directing staff to prepare findings of fact. So you might withdraw the other motions and start over.
First of all, Commissioner Cromwell, will you withdraw your
Withdraw.
original? Okay. Commissioner Carter, will you withdraw your motion?
You made a motion prior?
We did previously, and we got shot down.
It was prior to the... I will withdraw my motion as well, yes.
Now, I'd entertain a motion to put both parts of that in the same sentence with an and, a conjunction.
So moved.
I'll support that.
what was the motion?
I'm not sure. What was the motion?
Let's be clear. Let's be clear on the motion.
Gentlemen.
I'll just state it here. Mayor, I'd move that we make a determination based on the consideration of all relevant factors that there is not a feasible and prudent alternative to the proposal, and that the program includes all possible planning to minimize harm to the listed properties.
Moved.
Yes.
Second.
Second. Okay, moved Carter. Second Cromwell. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0. Now we need a motion to have staff prepare the findings of fact and, was the second part of the?
Conclusions of law.
And conclusions of law. Anyone like to
So
move
moved.
that?
So moved.
Moved,
Second.
Amix, second, Dever. Got everybody in here.
Teamwork.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0. Thanks, everybody, for coming down. Sorry it took so long, but...
Now we need to do 2B, which would be the TIF issue,
Oh, maybe they'll want to start.
fortunately. That'll be 1 o'clock.
Well, I don't think it's going to take too long, Commissioners.
Okay,
Not quite, not quite.
we have,
Commissioners, item 2B is for you to consider adopting on first reading the ordinance that would remove the east side of the 900 block of New Hampshire from the current TIF district, being our plan that then once the entire TIF hearing is conducted, which is going to be on July the 24th, that you would then consider second reading of that ordinance. We also then want you to refer this item to the Public Consent and Review Committee. Gary Anderson drafted the ordinance. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to respond to questions.
all right, so we're going to be removing the property at 900 New Hampshire from the original TIF district.
You'll be removing the east side of the 900 block of New Hampshire from the current TIF district, correct?
But in the new TIF that we will create, they are obligated to pay for their original charges that they would have paid for had we not removed them from that TIF district.
What staff has prepared, what Diane and Brett have prepared is a memorandum that walks through the current obligations for that parking garage TIF debt, shows what we believe is the appropriate allocation for the 900 New Hampshire site. And then we've indicated that they will then pay, if this project proceeds, with first dollar, first day TDD sales tax revenue to the city in an amount of $850,000, which we believe is the appropriate amount for this project to pay for the remaining debt on the 900 New Hampshire parking garage.
Okay. So if all this comes to be as presented, then the city will recover $880,000, which we may not have recovered.
$850,000.
$850,000.
That's our recommendation.
I like that.
Mayor, question. Dave, applicant made a statement during the consideration of the last item that there would not be any tax dollars that would be going into this into this new TIF district, and that it was, you know, from individual taxpayers. All the money was going to be coming from this district. Is there a guarantee to that? Because the last TIF district in this area, that wasn't the case.
Well, the proposal is for us to have a development agreement with the developers whereby they would pledge a number of different things. They would do the project. They would fill out all of the appropriate forms as far as our ability to get the property tax and the sales tax increment. And then they would also agree to the placement of a 1% TDD sales tax on their property, do all of the necessary procedures so that that sales tax would be collected. We then have estimates from Springstead as to how much revenue that's going to generate. This project, if this project proceeds, then we have some idea as to whether or not those revenues will come. We will then be able to receive that sales tax from the TDD that will come directly to the city. We estimate that it will take some period of time, but we will eventually get our $850,000, which we believe this project, this site should contribute toward the existing parking garage. Am I answering your question?
My question comes in, my question comes in is that people don't want to pay for this project, all the money that's going to be generated to cover the costs of the improvements on this site are coming from the...
future
from the, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry,
Well, sorry. We're still trying to record this, so one at a time, please.
Pay-as-you-go means that it's only going to pay for for the items from the money that's generated from that site. Is that correct? And we don't have an obligation?
That is correct. As Diane outlined several hours ago.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
The only exception to that, Commissioner, is that we're also talking about the Arts Common project for the Arts Center. If that project proceeds, and we don't know if that will proceed, it's really a separate element.
Yeah.
If we acquire that Salvation Army property, that will likely include city tax dollars from the beginning to acquire that. The Salvation Army will want to be paid all at once. We're only going to get 5% of the TIF revenue to help us with the Salvation Army acquisition until certain obligations are paid for the developer's TIF expenses. After that is paid, then we'll be able to get all of our costs up to $900,000 for the acquisition of the Salvation Army property. Other than that, Commissioner, we don't have any city debt or any city financial obligation for the proposed project at 900 New Hampshire. It is a pay-as-you-go TIF in that regard, with the exception of the Art Center element.
And furthermore, if the project doesn't generate 100% of the costs that they incur, there's no obligation on the city to make up that amount of money. They are just out the money. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
We got it then.
Okay. All right. Any public comment on this item? Okay, commission discussion.
Mayor, may I ask the city manager a question?
Sure.
I was not aware of or did not find the exact language dictating how or what legal means we were using to secure and that in what order the funds to help us pay down the parking garage.
Commissioner,
Move this from the TIF district, that's important because
yes, and a couple of things. This evening, you would only be considering action of first reading of the ordinance to remove it. It requires 2 readings.
Yes.
So that action would not be final this evening.
Understood. So that question needs to be answered before the second reading, I believe, because we're removing it from its obligation, and therefore I think we need to identify how that obligation is going to be met.
And with regard to that, we were suggesting, again, as the city manager had indicated, an $850,000 sum that would be repaid to the city with the TDD sales tax revenue that is generated within the district. The first $850,000 of the approximately $1.1 million that is projected to be generated in TDD sales tax would be dedicated to the city toward the parking garage expense.
Does that say that in this memo?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for clarifying that.
Sorry.
I didn't see that anywhere. So first $850,000.
Correct.
First in.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. And then any additional revenue generated by the Transportation Development District sales tax would go then to reimburse the developer for TDD eligible expenses.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Questions? Commission discussion? As Diane points out, we're just setting, this is the first reading, so there's another opportunity before the second reading becomes final.
Motion?
Yeah.
Mayor, I'd move to adopt on first reading ordinance 8728 and refer to the Public Incentives Review Committee to consider the proposed project if appropriate.
Second.
Moved Carter, second Dever. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries 5-0. And now, the part that you've all been waiting for, public comment. Oh, good. Next item is, is there anyone? I presume not. So. Okay, future agenda items.
Only thing to point out is that our meeting next week will start at 5 o'clock.
Okay? That'll be our happy 4th of July meeting, right?
Plan on very minimal items.
Thank you.